Recording in progress.
Hear public comments before closed session. Roll call.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here.
And for the record, Councilmember Bonner is absent for roll call. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. And this is for the joint meeting of the City of Richmond and the Surplus Property Authority meeting. Under Surplus Property Authority, item C1, Surplus Property Authority of the City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company. Item C2 under City Council, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet, employee organizations, SEIU, Local 1021, full-time unit and part-time unit, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The first case is Wine Haven Legacy LLC versus City of Richmond. The second case is Giddyville Ranchera of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. We have one request to address the council, and that is Cordell Handler.
That's me.
You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am Cordell Handler for the record, and then as far as like the items are on today's agenda, think about what the unions have done for our city. They have done a great job as far as I can see it, and I'll just leave it at that. So when y'all go in that closed session, I'll leave it at that. Then, and as far as like Riggers Law, we have to work together. They are a business in Richmond, and they've done a lot of good for our community. So when you go back in there, whatever the matters are, it needs to be resolved because we want them to stick around for the long haul. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we do not have any additional speakers.
Then open session to the public comments just closed, and we will now retire to closed sessions.
Do. Do.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. It is now time to start the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
Okay. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. And for the record, item 04B, which is, hold on one second. 04B is the district office lease agreement with U.S. Congress member John Garamendi's office that has been continued to April 15th. And also item 08A, that's the military equipment use annual report that has been continued to April 1st. Are there any other changes?
No other changes.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, we have all these items on the closed session agenda, but we got to have a quick report tonight because the only item we actually talked about were the labor negotiations. And so we gave a staff's report. There was no reportable action. All the other items listed, which include Riggers, the Winehaven Legacy, Giddyville Ranchera, those items were not discussed.
All right, our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond community. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? It's great to see so many people in the chambers this evening. If you are interested in receiving the weekly report, please call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512, and we will sign you up to receive the weekly report electronically. Next slide. Here's a recap of what I'll quickly cover this evening. Next slide. I would like to thank all of the volunteers led by the Watershed Project that assisted with Love Your Bioswale at BTA Center. This took place on March 15th, and there was a great turnout of family and residents and individuals to learn more about the importance of rainwater filtration systems and how to keep the park looking good, and want to just thank them for spending their time with us on a Saturday. Advancing environmental stewardship in our community. Next slide. We also recently had the Nowruz celebration that took place on Saturday, and there was a great turnout at Marina Bay Park. This is the first ever celebration marking the Persian New Year and the arrival of spring. And I just want to thank everyone who participated. There was music, dance, calligraphy, face painting, and lots of delicious food. I want to thank Councilmember Bonner for her leadership in collaboration with city staff to put together the event. Next slide. Coming up, we have the Tobacco Retail Regulations Community Workshop. This is our second workshop. Unfortunately, there has been a proliferation of unregulated smoke shops in our community, and so we are trying to engage the public to gain community input and to help shape the future of tobacco retail in our community. Please come out on April 9th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. right here in the council chambers to provide your input. Next slide. Also, the City of Richmond we're commencing our 25-26 budget process. We have 3 community meetings that are coming up that will take place here in the City Council chambers as well. April 10th at 1, April 14th at 7 p.m., and April 23rd at 5:30 p.m. This is a chance for you to learn more about the city budget process and how funds are managed and what our financial projections look like in the coming years. Next slide. Park RX Day is a great community event that we host here in Richmond. It's coming up on April 26th at Nickel Park. We're going to be celebrating health, nature, and well-being, and there will be games for families, free Zumba classes, relay races, and more. It's an opportunity to connect with healthcare professionals and local resources to assist in staying healthy and active, and this is part of our overall health and all policy strategy. In collaboration, city staff work with the Department of Public Health, and Kaiser and Neighbor to Neighbor. If you have any questions about this event, please call 510-620-6793. Thank you, and have a good evening. Oh, wait a minute, go back one. This one is important, I'm sorry. One more. I was going to ask the fire chief to come up if he wants to read this one. So, real briefly, the fire hazard severity zones, that information is out, and if you would like to provide public comment, you can do so by calling 510-307-8031. There's also information on the City of Richmond's website. Just go to our homepage, and it's /LRA, and you can provide input on your local responsibility area and obtain more information regarding the high fire severity zone. Chief Osario has been actively working on this and is doing a great job. So I think we're going to be moving forward as scheduled, and there'll be an item coming to the City Council shortly. Thank you.
Our next item.
Ms. Clark, sorry, one quick thing. I think you might have missed something, or maybe we missed it.
What?
This is a special week. People have a habit of getting older and wiser.
Yes.
So we appreciate everything that you've done for the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sasha. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. This is the best birthday present ever, so thank you.
Happy birthday.
All right, our next item under commendations, presentations, and proclamations. These are limited to 10 minutes per proclamation. The first proclamation under M1 is a proclamation to declare April 2025 as National Second Chance Month and to recognize the unwavering efforts of Richmond's reentry partners, including the Reentry Success Center, Rubicon Programs, Safe Return Project, Men and Women of Purpose, A Place to Call Home, 100 Years Enterprise, and Men and Women of Valor.
Good afternoon. Are we on? Okay, there we are. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a feeling of pride and purpose to be before you as we declare April 2025 as National Second Chance Month here in Richmond. This moment is more than just a proclamation. It's a reflection of who we are as a community. But second chances don't happen by accident. They happen because of people who care enough to walk alongside someone in their hardest moments. So today we uplift those organizations and people, our reentry champions. I'll begin with reading the proclamation. Proclamation recognizing April 2025 as National Second Chance Month. Whereas justice is not merely punishment, but about the power of redemption, renewal, and the unwavering belief in human potential. And the city of Richmond affirms that every individual, regardless of their past, deserves the opportunity to rebuild, restore, and contribute to their community with dignity and purpose. And whereas more than 600,000 individuals return home from incarceration each year, seeking the opportunity to contribute to their families and communities, yet often face insurmountable barriers to employment, housing, education, and civic engagement. And whereas in 2017, the U.S. Department of Justice, alongside organizations such as Prison Fellowship, formally recognized April as National Second Chance Month, calling upon the nation to embrace the power of redemption, the necessity of fair opportunities, and the collective responsibility to support reintegration efforts. And whereas nearly 1 in 3 Americans has a criminal record and systemic obstacles deny many of their basic resources needed to reestablish their lives, perpetuating cycles of poverty, recidivism, and disenfranchisement that weakens our communities and hinder public safety. And whereas Richmond is a city built on resilience, and through the efforts of local reentry programs, we affirm our commitment to fostering pathways to opportunity, ensuring that justice-impacted individuals have access to the tools needed for long-term success. Whereas we invest in second chances, we invest in stronger families, safer neighborhoods, and a more just society, acknowledging that redemption is not merely an ideal, but a necessary principle in the pursuit of equity and healing. And we recognize unwavering efforts of Richmond's reentry partners, including the Reentry Success Center, Rubicon programs, Safe Return Project, Men and Women of Purpose, A Place to Call Home, Men and Women of Valor, and 100 Years Enterprise, who work tirelessly to ensure justice-impacted individuals receive the resources and opportunities they need to thrive.
Now, therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as National Second Chance Month in the city of Richmond. I encourage all residents, businesses, and institutions to reaffirm our shared belief in transformation, to support efforts that remove barriers to reintegration, and to stand in solidarity with those seeking a fresh start. Be it further resolved, during this month of National Second Chance, we recognize the citizens of Richmond who are committed to building a future in which no person is deprived of human dignity or denied their inherent human right of liberty, security, and access to justice.
Thank you. We will now call each organization, each of our honorees on this afternoon, to come up before you all, share a few words about your organizations and your continued commitment to Richmond. And we'll all stand. So once you finish speaking, please remain up here in the front so we can get all of our reentry champions here and give them the celebration that they deserve on today. So first we have Reentry Success Center. Hi, Miss Dixie.
Yeah, we just, really like doing what we do. We think that it's necessary for the community. It's really about community empowerment and really about community building. Everybody deserves a second chance, but for many people, it's the first chance, right? The first chance to do something great. Really at the Reentry Success Center, we're dedicated to kind of instilling hope and vision in folks. So thank you for this proclamation, Second Chance Month. Definitely something that we're invested in at the RSC, and see all of my great community members here. Thank you again for this honor.
Thank you so much. Safe. Thank you so much. Safe Return Project. Woo! How you doing? Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pedro, and I'm a credible messenger organizer with the Safe Return Project. And I'm deeply honored to accept this award on behalf of Safe Return Project. This recognition is not just for me, but for every advocate, volunteer, and community member who works tirelessly to support individuals transitioning back into our communities after incarceration. We believe that everyone deserves a second chance. Reentry is about more than just returning from home. It's about rebuilding lives, restoring dignity, and creating opportunities for success. Every day we see challenges faced by those seeking to reintegrate, find stable housing, secure employment, reconnecting with families, and overcoming the stigma of a criminal record. But we also see resilience, strength, and the power of community that chooses to uplift rather than abandon. True public safety isn't about keeping people out of prison. It's about ensuring they never go back. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marvin Galdames. I'm a program coordinator with the Safe Return Project, and I'm a little nervous in case you can't tell. But so I'm going to do my little speech. This proclamation, I'm going to try to do it from the dome because I've been practicing all morning. All right. This proclamation is a statement of what can be accomplished when we come together to support and not punish. When we open doors instead of closing them. Okay. But our work ain't finished. We got to keep advocating for policies that remove barriers to reentry and to ensure that every individual, regardless of their past, has a fair shot at a better future. I want to thank the city of Richmond, the city council members, and our incredible team for their unwavering commitment, and most importantly, the individuals that we serve, because they remind us every day that transformation is possible. This honor belongs to all of us. And also, I want to say that together, we are proving that second chances aren't given. They're built, nurtured, and they're deserved. Thank you.
Rubicon programs. I know.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Cunningham Jr., and I serve as the site manager for our Richmond office here in Rubicon Programs. We also have offices in Concord, as well as Antioch, and an office in Oakland. It's my privilege. I come from this community. I'm a part of this community. And when you see me, you see the people in our community. Just because I have the responsibility of ensuring that our services are delivered with excellence and with a spirit of compassion, every time you come through those doors, you're going to get excellent service from our team here at Rubicon. And so it is my pleasure to receive this honor on behalf of our team because they're the ones that do the work. In fact, they're working right now. And I appreciate the work that they do for our community. And so I would just say this to you, that everyone deserves another chance, not just a second chance. And that's what we do at Rubicon. We give chance after chance after chance because we family, and that's how we roll.
Real quick. Good evening, everybody. We're about to get the Sandman and get us out of here. My name is DC Dorham Kelly. I am also raised and rooted in Richmond, California, and happy to be here tonight to represent Rubicon Programs, which is also the organization that operates the Reentry Success Center. So we are very thankful for all of you and your partnership. And in addition to the programs and services that we offer to make sure that folks returning home, our loved ones, our neighbors returning home have fair access and opportunity, after whatever happened earlier in life, right, we are also a fair chance employer. So you may hear us say fair chance, second chance, it's all in the same spirit, which is about access, opportunity, and equity, right? So we are very much proud to be a fair chance employer, so employing individuals, not just providing services and access, but also employing folks right here in our backyard in Richmond, California. So thank you so much.
"100 Years Enterprise." Thank you for your service.
Well, thank you all. Wonderful team, wonderful team. First of all, nothing can happen without God, right? Nothing can happen without God. So that's why we standing right here. And like the team said, I have to give a shout out to Richmond and the city council. Thank you all for what you do. When you talk about second chances, 100 years enterprise, this second chance is right here. We come from incarceration. I got to give a shout out to Chevron, one of our main supporters, Rising Sun, Center for Opportunity, Contra Costa County Probation Department, and I'm gonna let these fellas do the rest.
I'm gonna let Ricky Godfrey and the new members talk, man, because I really appreciate these guys, man. Let them get a taste, man. Where Ricky Godfrey at? Hey, come on, our team gonna speak, man. It's an honor to have them on our team.
And it is an honor to be here. Thank you guys for having us. Thank you for honoring us. We couldn't do it without this wonderful team that's put together. And the work that we do, obviously, is very amazing. And it's very important to me. I grew up in this city. I was incarcerated in this city. I committed crime in this city. The crime in which I was in prison for, I didn't commit. And I spent 31 years there, right? And I came home, had a purpose. I found my purpose while incarcerated. And even though I was innocent of that crime, I did commit crime. And I helped to destroy some of this city. So I had an obligation, not to anyone else, but to myself and the community that, I come from, to help repair that by all means. And I took on a route of being a mentor inside, and I brought that with me out here. And I hit the ground running, and I ain't stopped yet. And that's why you see me here.
Thank you. Thank the city of Richmond. This truly is a blessing and honor for us. All of us had a second chance, and it's truly a blessing. We couldn't do it without none of y'all. So it's truly a blessing. Thank you very much. And we're going to continue to push because it's all about changing the minds of our youngsters so they won't commit early death decisions like we once did. Thank you.
"A Place to Call Home."
Good evening, everyone. My name is Miguel Duane, and I'm the executive director of A Place to Call Home. We are a new recovery home for men. We actually we balance the treatment of modalities for individuals. We also build case management for individuals who are coming out, and we also hold men personally accountable for the success that they're going through in our program. We have partnered with organizations like Richmond Works for employment, the West Contra Costa County Office of Education, as well as the West Contra Costa County Adult School for Education, Patelco Credit Union for financial literacy, and the Fountain Project for health and wellness. So we, and then also on every Friday, we're in the West Contra Costa County Jail, encouraging our men as they come out. So we're glad to be here. We're new, and we're just offering and we're offering our solicitation to all of you to support us. So we thank you.
Men and women of valor. Oh my goodness, you look
First, I give all praises to God because without Him, I would not be able to stand here today. And I thank Him with the gift of health. And I am Pam Saucer, the CEO of Men and Women of Valor, and I believe in second chances. That's why I work here hard in the community with all these different resources that we have to offer, job readiness, education. I have many partners here in the city. I can go on and on. I'm just so grateful to be here. And I also, a lot of you here been working with the Men and Women of Valor. And I did write a lot of acceptance letters to a lot of men that has been given a second chance. Some of them had 30 years. Some of them had a life. Also, I thank God for blessing me to 2 men that was on death row. They getting ready to be released in August. You know, and and a company contacted me today, a couple of days ago. It's a new company here in Richmond. They asked me, would Men and Women of Valor do a lot of referrals so people can have jobs here? And that's what I do. I work with 150 other entities for us getting jobs. I work with Contra Costa College, churches. We have recovery programs. I could go on and on because we have a list of resources. And I thank City Council, the mayor, all of the councilmen and staff, and everyone that is here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And lastly, do we have anyone here from Men and Women of Purpose? We will make sure that they receive their proclamation as well. Thank you so much to our re-entry champions. Let's all give them a hand, please. Thank you. Thank y'all.
They took about 18 minutes on that.
I will be much faster.
Yeah.
I will read it and rewind. Not over.
2 speakers for this item. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. 2 speakers are Cordell Hindler and Lily Ranima. May we have quiet in the chambers, please? I called Cordell first. You're after him. Wait, Cordell.
Okay.
May we have quiet in the chambers? Yes. Excuse me, if you want to do photo ops, can you please do them out in the lobby?
That's what I'm talking about.
I guess. Do you want me to start now or wait? Okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for this item. And I do believe that people deserve a second chance. They have done what they've done in the past is the past, but now it's a new day. So, in the words of my good friend Patty LaBelle, they're gonna have a new attitude. So, they need to like keep on keeping on. So, Libby, now it's your turn.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Lily Ranema. I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the Chevron Richmond Refinery. And I've come today in support of and to congratulate our community partners who are being recognized today in honor of National Second Chance Month. So specifically, Chevron has had a long-term relationship with Rubicon, supporting them over the last 13 years, and the truly life-changing work that they do. We've funded them over $550,000, and we will continue to do that this year, by the way. Chevron is also very proud of the work we do with 100 Years Enterprises since their inception, and believe their growing impact in Richmond as credible messengers has only begun. And I know some of the other groups have also benefited from funding Chevron's provided to the city under the ECIA grant program. So the successful reentry of Richmond community members returning from incarceration is something that Chevron deeply values. And I'm happy to share Chevron will be also piloting a Clean Slate initiative this year, a program that will clear criminal records for eligible individuals from Richmond and North Richmond to help remove barriers to employment, housing, and education with dignity. I plan to share more information about this opportunity later in the year, and I hope that honoring these organizations today means that even more city resources will be allocated towards supporting reentering individuals. Once again, I congratulate the honorees of Second Chance Month, as well as show gratitude to Dr. Brown and the entire City Council for recognizing the importance of this important work in our community. Thank you.
Our next item is item M2, and it's a proclamation to recognize and honor the extraordinary collective efforts and actions of the Richmond Police Department, officers, detectives, and crime scene investigators.
If I can get the officers to come up a little bit here. Just a little bit of a background here. A couple of weeks ago, I was getting ready to go into City Council, and I was speaking to the chief, and the chief was mentioning that there was something that was going on that same night, and the officers were out helping this young person who was being molested. And at that time, we didn't know what was going on, but now we learned more. And it ended up being both a very horrible situation, but it was great that our officers were able to be there and help out this young individual. So we're going to start off here with the proclamation honoring the outstanding work of the Richmond Police Department and their collaborative efforts to protect the most vulnerable. And I'll start it.
Whereas we gather to honor the extraordinary efforts of the Richmond Police Department, officers, detectives, and crime scene investigators who demonstrated unparalleled dedication, urgency, and unwavering commitment to justice in response to a horrific crime against one of our most vulnerable community members. And
whereas a young, courageous elementary school student approached a Richmond police sergeant, Sergeant Melgoza, to report that another adult was sexually assaulting her friend and classmate. And
whereas in the moment, Sergeant Melgoza became more than just a public servant. He became a trusted community guardian and in many ways a lifesaver. Sergeant Melgoza and other responding officers acted immediately, contacting the victim's family and locating the child's whereabouts. And
Whereas upon arriving at the victim's home, officers were confronted by an individual who made every attempt to dissuade the officers and prohibit them from contacting the potential victim, and
whereas the officers met his resistance with an unwavering commitment to ensure the vulnerable child was protected, and whereas
the officer interrupted a sexual crime that had just occurred, and their decisive action led to the prompt arrest of the suspect. The victim's stepfather and
And whereas through seamless collaboration with several Richmond PD staff members, the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office, and the Contra Costa Crime Lab, critical DNA evidence was expedited and processed with urgency, confirming the assault and securing the necessary legal foundation to keep the suspect in custody until trial. And whereas
whereas the suspect is being held on a $7 million bail, he faces the prospect of spending the remainder of his natural life behind bars. And
whereas the officers' collective efforts and actions embodied the very best of law enforcement, integrity, diligence, and courage to remind us why we trust those who wear the badge to serve, to protect, and to stand as a beacon of justice for all. And
whereas we recognize and commend the following individuals for their unwavering dedication to protecting the most vulnerable among us. Lieutenant Dishes.
yeah, come on up.
Sergeant Rivera. Sergeant Melgoza. Sergeant Castillo. Oh, okay. Detective Farr. Detective Kingman. Detective Alvarado. Detective Moschetti. Officer Sousa. Officer F. Garcia. Officer Santiago. Officer Gonzalez. And CSI Darling. Oh, sorry.
now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, do hereby proclaim recognition and immense gratitude to these exceptional public servants on behalf of the City Richmond Council and the entire Richmond community. Your commitment to justice for all does not go unnoticed, and we are forever grateful for your service. Thank you so much.
I want to thank the mayor, Councilmember Zepeda, and all of the council for this honor for these officers. You look and there's a whole bunch of them involved in this one case, and this is what it takes to really provide the level of service that this community needs and deserves. And I am proud of every single one of you that didn't just take your job as a point of duty, but you took it personally, and the most vulnerable of our community, and you elevated those individuals. Sergeant Melgoza, you had a juvenile this tall that came and reported something to you, and it would have been easy to maybe follow up on it later. You took her word seriously. And because you took your job seriously, and because you took your job seriously, you, and you did it with passion, and you made it personal, and you provided the highest level of service. There's an entire family now that is repositioned towards healing. And we are indebted to you as a community, and we thank you for your service. And it is an honor to be a police chief here. And it's an honor to be in front of this council. And it truly is something special that you would recognize this. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
No, good. All right. All right. So actually, their service speaks for them. What they do speaks for them. And we're immensely proud of having you represent the city of Richmond. So thank you for your service.
Thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you.
I just want to quickly say, this was something that I felt pretty strongly signing on to. I myself and many members of my family have been victims of sexual violence. But when we went to police, we were not believed. And the amount of harm that did on each individual person who had to suffer what they suffered through was immense. It was just immense. Going through generations of reproducing and harboring that trauma. So when I saw that this happened and you all stood up for this person, I just wanted to say thank you for helping to stop the cycle of trauma. Thank you.
I'm being told we have 1 minute, but with that minute, I just want to give you all thanks. Thank you all for being part of this team and keeping our community safe. And I look forward to seeing you, hopefully under better circumstances next time. We'll celebrate something else. Thank you.
We have 3 in-person speakers. If there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The speakers are Mark Wasberg, Ben Terrio, and Cordell Hindler. Mark Wasberg.
Is it on?
Yeah. It's on.
This got to be the first. This got to be the first. The RPA defunded the police. They wanted to get rid of the police. They cut the funding, and when the public was crying for help, they turned a blind eye. You took the sides of the radicals to support to get rid of the police. You want to destroy their jobs. You want to destroy their livelihoods. And you're going to do it again and again and again. This has got to be the most dumbest thing I've seen in my entire life. I mean, you guys have the nerve to come up here and support the Richmond PD while you're going to stab them right in the back when they're going to ask for funding again. Time and time again, they came up here and asked for money, and you stabbed them right in the back. And you're still going to go ahead and stab them in the back. What's more dangerous? Sure, there's a lot of people out there that's going to abuse children. What about all this woke stuff you're sponsoring, huh? Cutting off the privates of their bodies, turn them into homosexuals and lesbians and trans. This is how sick our civilized is getting to be. And it's because of you people are doing it. Now, when you talk about safety, when I needed help, when that guy attacked me 3 times, Richmond PD didn't do nothing. Nothing at all. I got a call 8 hours later. Oh, you okay, Mr. Wasberg? I said, well, you're supposed to show up. Well, we had things to do. Then they called me another 4 hours later. Well, we're too busy. We can't be following this guy around all the time. You see how stupid? It's all a bunch of stupid politics. And you're going to keep on supporting hate and terrorism like that scarf you're wearing, supporting the radical Islam, supporting people chopping heads off. Yeah, you think it's funny, huh? You wait till you become mayor, because there's going to be a lot of problems when you're running for office next election. I supported the Richmond PD when you wanted to put them out of a job. That was the saddest mistake I ever did in my entire life, and I will never do that again. This is how sick our civilized nations get, our world's getting to be. Now, you're going to tell me that there's nothing wrong abusing these children? These children are going to be ruined for the rest of their entire lives because of you people supporting this garbage. It's like I said before, you're going to keep stabbing the Richmond PD in the back when the public was out there crying for safety. Bunch of hypocrites.
Ben Terrio.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Let me say, first of all, it's not stupid politics to celebrate what employees do, especially folks in your police department. It's important for the city council to support our police officers with proclamations like this, especially in cases like this, because it publicly honors the bravery, compassion, and the quick action that those who take to protect our most vulnerable. Recognizing these heroic efforts of the lieutenant, sergeants, and officers who save a child from sexual exploitation not only uplifts those officers, but also sends a strong message to the city that the city stands behind those who serve with integrity and courage. And that matters. That kind of acknowledgement inspires continued excellence in service and strengthens the bond between law enforcement and the community of Richmond. So we thank you for that. And it's important that you have that type of continuous support. It's important that the people who do this work see it, that they see you acknowledge it individually and as a council as a whole. Thank you.
Cordell Hindler.
That's me. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. First of all, I do want to thank RPD for this brave, heroic action. I think they deserve another round of applause. That being said, they take their job not seriously, but they provide resources to our community. Because when I heard about this this particular young person being sexually assaulted by her stepfather, it just hurts me right there. That it's like I'm trying to teach my nieces and nephews what to do when somebody of another person attacks them, and it's like they have to stand up for themselves. I'm really glad that RPD had took this upon themselves to to build a gap between the victim and the family. So I do appreciate everything that they have done, and I'm glad that they got this proclamation. I don't care what nobody said. They deserve this honor. So I guarantee you, I'm gonna call Richmond PD from whatever I see something, I can call them and they'll come just that quick. So congratulations, RPD.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speaker.
The speaker is Michelle Milam. Michelle, you may begin. You will be given 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank, first of all, the City Council, and I want to really acknowledge all of our wonderful officers and professional staff and peers that work this case. I, too, have experienced sexual violence And it is a trauma that is very difficult to recover from. And I think what's telling in this case is the young person felt safe enough to be able to approach an officer. And that takes a lot of trust. It takes what we do in the community every day. And we really need to understand that. And I'm so grateful that you all realize that and acknowledge them for their work. And I also feel like it's important to remember that we have to acknowledge our students who felt safe enough to be able to connect and build that bridge with our officers. So I want to thank you all and just acknowledge you all and say this is the kind of work that what community policing is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
And that was our last speaker. All right, our next item is proclamation honoring the planning committee of the 18th Annual Sisters in Solidarity event.
Thank you. I'd like to have the council go down with me. First of all, I would like to have the organizers of the 18th Annual Sisters of Solidarity come up with us so that everyone can see who is being honored while I read this proclamation. And actually, I'm going to have, would you like to start?
Honoring the organizers of the 18th Annual Sister in Solidarity event, whereas International Women's Day, observed annually on March 8, is a global celebration recognizing the achievements, contributions, and resilience of women while reaffirming the ongoing fight for gender equity, justice, and empowerment. And
whereas, since 2008, the City of Richmond has honored this important day through Sisters in Solidarity, Hermanas en Solidaridad event, bringing together community leaders, local organizations, and residents to uplift and support women in Richmond and beyond.
Whereas the 18th Annual Sisters in Solidarity event themed Accelerate Action, #Women Have Power, continues this tradition by inspiring collective action, fostering dialogue, and highlighting the invaluable contributions of women who are leading change in our community. And
whereas this event would not be possible without the dedication and leadership of its organizers, including city staff, volunteers, and community advocates who work tirelessly to ensure a meaningful and inclusive celebration. And
whereas the City of Richmond commends and expresses deep appreciation for the Sisters in Solidarity organizers, whose commitment to equity, empowerment, and solidarity strengthens our community and advances the movement for a more just and inclusive society. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, and the Richmond City Council do hereby recognize and honor the organizers of the 18th Annual Sisters in Solidarity event for their unwavering dedication to uplifting women and fostering a spirit of unity and action within our city. The 2025 Sisters in Solidarity Planning Committee members, Linda Whitmore, Elaf Esuf, okay, Yenny Garcia, Queen Graham, La Maria Guillory, okay. Wow. Okay, Tiffany Harris, Mary Marble, Ruthie Abelson Olivas, and Jill Rodberry. So, I understand that Congressman Garamendi has also awards that he wants to honor you with. So is there a representative? Please.
It's my pleasure to stand here before you today and honor the Sisters in Solidarity organization and these members, and specifically for their service on behalf of Congressman John Garamendi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, good evening. My name is Linda Whitmore, and I'm the interim chair of this year's Sisters in Solidarity International Women's Day celebration. I'm interim because Trina Jackson Lincoln, the chair, for the last 9 years, is on sabbatical. When she asked me to chair, I didn't hesitate to say yes, because I had worked with the women on this committee for several years, and I knew their work ethics. Our theme this year was Accelerate Action. Women have power. Women show them our pose. Okay. Women have power. I'd like to thank Mayor Martinez, City Council members, and Congressman Garamendi's staff for the honor and certificates. And on behalf of the committee, would like to thank you. It means a lot to have our months of work and a successful International Women's Day celebration be acknowledged and appreciated. I would like to include in our thanks your outstanding auditorium staff. Yes. Mary Marble, she got a certificate, but she was like Trina's stand-in staff member for us. Thank you. And last but definitely not least, Deputy City Manager LaShonda White for all her behind-the-scenes connections for us. It was great. Thank you. Don't hold it against her, though, okay? Thank you. Again, thank you for this honor, and please mark your calendars for March 7th, 2026, for the 19th Annual Sisters in Solidarity International Women's Day celebration. Thank you. I just have one more thank you, and I can't go home as I do this. I got to thank my husband, Brendan Whitmore. He created our beautiful program, which I'm giving to the mayor. And so I can go home now. Thank you, Vernon.
So I want to thank everyone for all that you do to make Richmond great. And at the same time, I want to apologize to the audience, to the council members for trying to speed things up. This was our first time to try to limit the proclamations to 10 minutes because in the past, we've ended up staying till 11:30 trying to get business done because proclamations extended very, very long. And so this is our first trial to try to limit things to 10 minutes. And on one hand, it feels like we're robbing you of the honor that you deserve. But on the other hand, I think you know how much we appreciate you. And the fact that we've taken time to honor you, although it may be short in time span, it is long in our hearts. So our love carries you further than the amount of time that we speak that we speak about you and honor you in these 10 minutes.
I just want to say thank you to every one of you who make the time, volunteer to do this beautiful event. I was there and I had been there and it's amazing. I also want to thank the founder and the idea of this, that she's not here, but has been served the Richmond community for 20 years. Gail McLaughlin has been And along with Nicole Valentino and Marilyn Langois, who were the ones who has been pushing the city to put money and to do this. And thank you for carrying it, because without you, we won't have Sister in Solidarity. So thank you so much.
Good. Thank you. You're welcome. So, just, a quick handshake. And thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
We have one in-person speaker for this item. If there's anyone that's joining us online that would like to address the council under this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speaker is Cordell Hindler. You'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you to the Sisters of Solidarity Committee for this performance. These ladies here have done a wonderful job putting together this wonderful event, and I really had a great time. And everybody who has not been there, like as Linda Whitmore just stated, come next year, it's going to be bigger and better than ever. So I am going to come to that one every year because like this, I am a male feminist, and don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't forget it, because I'm trying to teach my nieces how to stand up for themselves. I do not want to see them. I want to see them feel empowered. So if I can teach my nieces something, anybody can be a feminist. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity to give comments for items that are not on the agenda or items that remained on the consent calendar. For the record, item 04B and 08A have been removed and continue to future meetings. Let's see. We have 33 speakers in person. If you're joining us online, you'd like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. I'll call the first 10 speakers, and please line up behind the speakers' podiums so that we can move through the speakers quickly. First 10 speakers: Sohila Bana, Cordell Hindler, Dr. Fleming, David Wee, Rajendra Panyal, Harpreet Sandhu, Sandy Jackson, Lori Hart, Goretha Johnson, and Alvin Cook. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Sohila Bana.
Thank you. So we had a wonderful Nowruz celebration, and thanks to those of you who joined us. Here I would like to thank everyone who made it happen. So a special thanks to incredible city staff, including city manager and deputy city manager LaShonda White, and also especially the following departments: police, fire, public works, recreation, and KCRT. For doing such a great job organizing the event, and to our dedicated volunteers and community members who joined us and still keep sending me pictures and videos about the event. I'm so happy they enjoyed it. In addition to Richmond's of residents, we had people coming from San Jose, Palo Alto, Sacramento, and even Monterey. So I'd like to especially acknowledge our esteemed guests, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, Council Member Jamila Brown, and Councilmember Cesar Cepeda, County Supervisor John Joya, State Senator Aisha Wahab, Harpreet Sandhu representing Congressman John Garamendi, UC Berkeley School of Public Health Chief Social Impact Officer Claudia Williams, West Contra Costa Unified School District Trustee President Leslie Reckler, Berkeley Council Member Igor Tergup, Oakland Council Member Janani Ramachandran, former Mayor Nat Bates, and former Mayor of Pinole, Vincent Salimi. We also had Sandy Satrum from APIN join the event, and special thanks to Chevron employees, Chevron's Iranian-American employees, who hosted an engaging table at the event. We also had tabled by Center for Empowering Refugees and Immigrants, Moms Against Poverty, and Royal Foundation. The sponsors were...
Your time has expired. Sorry.
I'll say it later.
Cordell Hindler.
So, okay. So, good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. I do want to thank Councilmember Bonner for that Nowruz celebration. I had a wonderful time, and especially the loaded fries, they were delicious. So, I had the time of my life. So, that being said, so I do have a future agenda request to bring to you all. Is to have the person from John Muir to come and present to you all about mental health, because this topic has always come up. You know, like when people are under a lot of pressure, it's like they don't feel themselves. It's about mental health. So I'm hoping that the John Muir representative will come for next month, because this is very important. We're trying to teach our children about mental health. That's one. And then the other thing is I was really surprised that at the last meeting we had 3 weeks ago was like we was done by 8:40, that's a surprise. But we need to start keeping on track. So as long as we stay on track, we end on time. And then the other thing that I was kind of disappointed is that as the mayor pointed out, we're trying to go through 3 proclamations. I say we keep the proclamations as is, because people in our community has done a lot of good things for Richmond. So I'm just happy that this is just a trial basis for the proclamations. But the one thing I'm concerned about is starting the meeting at 5 o'clock. Once again, other cities around us, they start their meetings at 6 or 7, give or take. Matter of fact, we got a neighboring city of ours they start their meeting at 7. So if it's for like a 6-month period, I'm fine with it. And then the last few comments that I'm going to say is that last night I visited our neighboring city at San Pablo, and they was talking about strategic planning for the next 2 years. And so one of the things that kind of stood out was economic development. We have got a lot of property in Richmond, so that $550 million that we got from Chevron, that money should be going towards fixing our buildings, and that's it.
Dr. Fleming, followed by David Wee.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, the council, and the residents of Richmond. I kind of feel as if I am the person you invited to dinner and gave chicken and then left and said the chicken was cold. I noticed that I have a resolution in here, welcome me to the city, and I appreciate that. But I also have a constituent who are very concerned about the street sweeping issue. Being a former New Yorker who had alternate side of the street parking, it was a nightmare. And being a newly resident to Richmond, 4181 Markovitz, I have a wife who works and a son who goes to college and another son who's about to drive, and then I got to drive to work. So there's a concern, and we're wondering if there was any way that we could have some time to rethink this, because there's no parking. And I know I dealt with this in New York and Brooklyn. I mean, getting up in the morning, trying to find parking across the street was a nightmare, because it was almost impossible. But looking around, I drove around Richmond and I talked to some of my constituents who are members of the congregation that I just started pastoring on the 9th, and thank you for the resolution. They're very, very concerned about this. So if we could just revisit this, maybe hold off a little bit till we rethink this, and it would be highly appreciative. Thank you.
David Wee, followed by Rajendra Panyal.
Do I start now? Okay, yeah, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is David Wee. I'm a resident of Richmond. I'm here not just for myself, but over 40,000 residents who, across 16 neighborhoods, who are now affected by this street sweeping enforcement expansion. Let me be clear, I'm not against street sweeping. We all want clean neighborhoods, but this policy is not about cleanliness. I believe it's about enforcement where it's not needed. I lived in this city long enough to know that when a policy is helping and when it's hurting. For over 25 years, we live in Country Club Vista. Our streets have been clean without any enforcement, no complaints, no buildup, no need. So why now? What we're seeing is not fairness. It seems like a shortcut. Instead of targeting areas with real need, the city has chosen to ticket everyone equally, even if it means punishing neighborhoods with no parking and no problem to begin with. Country Club Vista is a closed neighborhood with no extra parking. There's no overflow. And I've spoken to neighbors. The last 2 weeks, I've went to over 15 different neighborhoods, and I've knocked on over like 230 doors, and I've spoken with pretty much everyone I could possibly get. I've gotten sick over the last 2 weeks just going through the cold. And, you know, I can hear almost unanimously that they're very bothered by what's happening. And if enforcement continues, it's just not going to be an inconvenience. It's going to be a generational burden. Long after we're gone, our children's children will actually have to continue dealing with this, right? And so parents running out mid-morning to move cars, and elders struggling to find a legal spot, people being fined for the crime of living in a neighborhood with no driveway. So we're not asking for special treatment, just please consider pausing this policy, reevaluate its necessity, talk to the neighborhoods affected, give us a process rooted in actual need.
Your time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Rajendra Panyal, followed by High Priest Sandhu.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. My name is Rajendra. I live in El Cerrito, pretty border to Richmond and El Cerrito. Mostly I'm visiting Richmond because I'm from Nepal, my community is here. Basically, 2 weeks ago, I went to El Cerrito council meeting, and I introduced myself. I'm like a personal finance expert. I have been working in the community from different countries, Asia, Europe to other countries, and I asked them maybe the city is the right platform. I could help community to how to diversify their income, how to build their assets, and how to be like protection their money, how to make the retirement life better. Because I've seen like since social security issue is going on, you know, maybe we could help community. How can they can build their asset main thing. So I'm working on this sector for the last 20 years. And since this week, we have started with El Cerrito City, maybe looking for the a kind of collaboration. I'm not charging anything, you know, just supporting the community. So if there's anything I could help as a financial expert working different country, I would be happy to support the community. Because this is my passion. I do write articles, I do research paper, and it's my pleasure. I sent an email to Mayor Martinez last week, I think. So that's my thing. Just like to collaborate with the city, just voluntarily. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Harpreet Sandhu, followed by Sandy Jackson.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council, City Manager. Harpreet Sandhu, Senior District Representative for John Garamendi. Also like to recognize a wonderful celebration that just took place on Saturday. And thank you, Councilmember Bana, for bringing that forward. I'll quickly read the commendation, congressional commendation presented in honor of City of Richmond in recognition of Nowruz on March 22nd, 2025. It is my pleasure to recognize the City of Richmond today as they celebrate Nowruz. This cherished tradition, dating back over 3,000 years, is observed by millions across Iran, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkestan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, and Kurdistan regions, as well as part of India and China. Nowruz symbolizes the renewal, hope, unity, and the resilience of community around the world. The City of Richmond, Nowruz celebration brings people together in the spirit of harmony and mutual respect, and empowers our community. On behalf of the people of 8th Congressional District, please accept my best wishes as they celebrate this tradition. Signed, Congressman John Garamendi. I also want to say that, Mayor, you've been to many celebrations. Our community is a community of minorities. I believe this weekend we have a wonderful celebration for the 90th birthday of the Dalai Lama coming up, and Tibetan, and many different Asian. But what happens is sometimes when we serve in the City Council, we bring our own flavor to it. But when we leave, those traditions, those celebrations also kind of go away. I remember when I was in the council, we had different celebrations as well. They're no longer celebrated. So as was mentioned before at the event, as you yourself, Mayor, that we should continue these celebrations, the rules in the future as well. And thank you to the City Manager for providing all the services. It was a wonderful event, so thank you all, and look forward to next year's celebration as well.
Sandy Jackson, followed by Lori Hart. Sandy Jackson? Okay, Lori Hart.
Good evening, councilmen, staff. Protocols have already been set. I first want to thank Mayor Martinez and his staff in Public Works for coming to Parchester to look at the issues that are going on. I particularly tonight want to thank with great depth and great appreciation Councilwoman Doria Robinson. Councilwoman Doria Robinson represents all of Richmond, but she represents District 3. But she really needs to have a 2.52 because she fought very hard for Parchester. We have been leaking in Parchester, and let me fix this misnomer, not for 50 years, although I appreciate the embellishment, but we have been leaking for years. And finally, because Councilwoman Wilson, thank you, due to budgets, allowed Parchester to borrow $500,000 that they're going to put back. They finally came out to look at the problems and the issues that are going on and have gone on. So, having addressed that, the other issues that are current to Parchester are we need our streets paved, of course. We still don't know what's going on with Giant Road. And we also need for the city attorney to file the RMC codes. We have a lot of issues with loud music, and people are constantly just perpetuating it. They don't really care because they're not getting any tickets. So we constantly have to call the police to go to the same houses over and over and over again. So I want to implore the city attorney to please file these RMC codes. And just like people are going to get tickets for the street sweeping, they'll get tickets for that, and then that will decrease all of that. So thank you again. Thank you, Councilman Cepeda. Thank you again, Councilwoman Doria Robinson. We greatly appreciate that.
Garetha Johnson, followed by Alvin Cook. Somebody say boo.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilwoman. Should I let her finish? Okay. So I'm up here. Lori has already went over some of the things for Parchester, but there's a couple of things that I'd like to bring to your attention. We need ADA curbs at our bus stops at least. And I love the fact that you did that at the church, but we have a lot of elderly and disabled people catching our buses, and they're at the top of the village. So it would be wonderful if we got some ADA curbs and sidewalks. So then we could go to AC Transit and we can see about some seats at that area. Also, I'd like to bring up, I know, Mayor, you came out there and you looked at some of the flooding areas, but one of the areas that I'm sure that you didn't know about is on Jenkins, the corner of Jenkins and Williams. There's, I don't know, a tunnel or a grate that's not cleaned out. So that backs up. So the residents on that corner have to put on their rain boots to get to their cars to go to work or to do their business. So I would just love it if someone could come out and look at that. And last but not least, we have a beautiful community center in Parchester. And the hours are always posted, but on any given day, you don't know what the heck is going on there. But you can pass by there any night after 9 or 10 o'clock and the lights are on and staff is there. So I would just like to have that corrected. I wanted to bring it to the council and help us, help Parchester be more of a community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alvin Cook, and the following 10 speakers. Please line up behind the speaker's podium. Don Gosney, Arturo Wintella, Gayla Feliz, Danielle Hoffman, Alejandro Villegas, Sarahia Saldana, Selma Navarrete, Aguianta Isam, Sissy Hedrinkis, and Michelle Walker. Alvin Cook.
Good evening. I'm Alvin Carey Cook. I've lived in Parchester Village most of my life. I spent the first 18 years of my life out there. I came back in '96, and then I returned somewhere after 2000. Some of the same things going on in Parchester Village that I grew up with and that I'm witnessing now. Number one, we have unsafe, hazardous, dangerous conditions in my community. The Collins Williams flood is at my church. I'm a deacon there now. Parchester First Baptist and the Community Center, that flood is unacceptable. Every time it rains, it's there. Number two, Collins at John, the overpass. That flood is there every time it rains. Unacceptable. Giant Road at the light, where you get on and off the parkway. That is so hazardous. People don't even have a spot to back up and go around and get back on the parkway and come back another way. Unsafe, hazardous. There's another area, Fourth, Giant Road at Griffin, right there at the tracks. It's narrow. It floods every time it rains. It's uncalled for. Okay, let's stay on Giant Road. Giant Road down to the park. There's no walkway, but people walk their dogs, people ride their bikes. They either going to the park, they're going to work, or they're going fishing. Unacceptable, unsafe area. Not only that, the road is so bad, my wife won't drive the road. I do, but I take it easy. I go slow. That pisses a lot of people off. My bad. That upsets a lot of people. So these items should be addressed. There's a couple of one-way signs.
Your time has expired, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
Don Gosney.
Right. Good evening. As one of those people who has attended almost every meeting of the council long before many of you even moved to Richmond, I can't help but notice how you schedule items on the agenda. Even when the agenda is being approved on meeting night, you often reschedule things to take care of your own friends and leave items of greater consequence for late in the night when there are only 2 or 3 of us left in the room and even fewer left at home on Zoom. Take, for instance, the report from the WCCUSD. Back on March 4th, this was a 74-minute presentation held very early in the meeting. It did not go unnoticed that with a great many political and social agenda items, you are in lockstep with the United Teachers of Richmond. That night, they got a tremendous amount of time to say what they wanted. Tonight, though, after pressure to invite representatives with possibly differing information, this item has been relegated to the end of the meeting when, once again, there likely will be few of us left here to hear or comment on the presentation. It would be a mistake, council members, for you to assume that the people you claim to represent are stupid. Most of them that pay attention often see right through your political and social machinations. Whether it's near secret council meetings at 9 a.m. on a Friday when it's unlikely that the public will even know about the meetings, hosting secret meetings via phone and email, or loading up the room and Zoom with your acolytes all reading from the same script, your actions are more transparent than you might think. While I have you up here, though, have you ever asked how much of your budget is spent addressing public records requests and whether the information that is ever presented satisfies these requests? Take, for example, a couple of years ago when several people made public records requests for the council and members of your Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, and you had many task force members to refuse to cooperate, saying they didn't feel like they had to follow that law. And nothing was done about it. I filed requests more than 6 months ago, and never received a real response. I filed another request a couple of weeks ago and have not even received an acknowledgement of receipt. I even asked to learn which neighborhood councils were active, how to contact them, and whether they had newsletters and websites, and I was told I had to file a public records request to get that kind of information. Geez Louise, that's which I never received a response to.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Arturo Rentella.
Hi, my name is Ardo Rentila. I'm the chair of the RNCC, Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council. I'm also the president of West County Wastewater District and the president of Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. And I'm here to show my support for Parchester Village. It's a shame that it's taken this long. For those of you that don't know the history of Parchester, it was the very first place that African Americans could buy their home in California. It deserves respect, and we're just simply asking for you all to respect it, which it appears to be so far. And I ask that you create an ad hoc committee when it comes to finding a consultant or developer. So I ask that Councilmember Robinson, Vice Mayor Cepeda, and Mayor Martinez, please consider being part of the ad hoc committee. And yeah, thank you for your respect, and thank you for everything that you've done so far. And I'm sure everybody behind me thanks you. Thank you.
Gail Feliz, followed by Daniel Hoffman.
Hi, City Council. Thank you so much for giving us time to speak. We are the City of Pride and Purpose. I'm a proud resident of Parkchester Village, also speaking on behalf of the flood issues. I think one thing to keep in note is that there is a residential property being developed on the other side of the street with the Richmond Golf Club, and they owe money to us in terms of beautifying Giant Street. So when in consideration with the money allotted for the $500,000 for the flooding infrastructure, maybe working with them in tandem with sidewalks that they say as they sell their houses, that money will go back. We really appreciate the mural, but maybe there's some way we can pull in that money together to help with those efforts. And I do want to just pull in for the street cleaning as well. I think that sometimes that in the past, at least when it has happened, it has been really inconsistent anyway. In our neighborhood, it's been very narrow. People get fines, and then we're like, you don't even come every other month. So to bring this back would just cause more confusion. And I do agree, I don't think it really cleans the streets as much as we think we do. It's just a generational thing that we continue to do because we think it does. And then I do want to support my neighbors in the sound. And I do want to say I appreciate Doria Robinson for all that you've done and the council to put $500,000. I just think it's a drop in the bucket, and there's just more to do. So I'm just really excited to see what will come. And I really thank you for your time, your intention, and just ways that we can continue to innovate in planning and that. But just remember, we do have our neighbors across the street that have allotted money for the sidewalk, and maybe there's something we can do together. So thank you so much.
Daniel Hoffman, followed by Alejandra Villegas.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor and City Manager. Thank you for this forum where we can express our thoughts and our needs to you guys. I want to especially thank Councilmember Robinson, Councilmember Brown, and Councilmember Cepeda for sticking up for Parkchester in your last meeting and getting those funds allocated to our issues that we're facing. So as you've heard, the flooding issues are real, and they do affect almost all of us who have to go in and out of the village. So we look forward to a long-term solution to that problem. We also, as other community members have spoken up about, the sidewalk along Giant Highway that runs pretty much along our entire neighborhood is non-existent. And the road along Giant Highway in that same area is very, very bad. So it's true, people do walk along that area, and it's both dangerous and scary when you're trying to get to the park, which benefits all of us. So we do look forward to a solution to that issue as well. Another thing that's been brought up to me that I've noticed, and other members, not only in my neighborhood, but other neighborhoods have brought up, is the smell coming from the West Contra Costa Sanitary Landfill. It's been especially bad these last couple weeks, and not only are we noticing it in our neighborhood on almost a daily basis and overnight, other neighborhoods have also experienced this smell and the issue. So back in 2016, some probes were brought up, and there was action taken against the landfill. So we're looking for something similar to happen, at least an inquiry as to why it's so bad as recently. So we appreciate the work you do for us, and we look forward to what you can do for us. Thank you.
Alejandro.
Buenas noches, concejales. Yo soy residente de Richmond y soy miembro de ACE.
Good evening, council members. I am a resident of Richmond and a member of ACE.
Y estoy aquí para que apoyen la energía limpia y hogares saludables. Mi esposa padece del asma y hoy hay mucho smog, mucha contaminación.
I'm here today to support the Clean Energy and Healthy Homes campaign. My wife suffers from asthma, from contamination, from the smog and contamination.
Por de Chedrón, en la noche hay mucho aroma a chapopote, a carbón quemado, hay mucha contaminación por las noches y hay bastante aroma a gas.
My wife suffers from the contamination and pollution from Chevron. At night, there's a smell that smells burnt. And it's a very strong smell.
Descarbonización accesible para la comunidad.
That's why I'm here to support decarbonation on a neighborhood scale for the community.
Gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you and have a good night.
Our next speaker is Araya Saldana, followed by Selma Navarrete.
Buenas noches, concejales. Mi nombre es Wilma Navarrete.
Good evening, council members. My name is Swilma Navarrete.
Soy miembro de ACE y soy de Richmond.
I'm a member of ACE and I'm a resident of Richmond.
Y pues yo estoy aquí agradeciéndoles, ¿verdad?, por atendernos todo el tiempo que hemos estado viniendo.
I'm here to thank you for always being attentive to us every time we come to council.
Y teniendo juntas con ustedes, nos han atendido todo el tiempo.
You've always been very attentive to us in all the meetings that we have that we have accomplished to have with you.
Y pues yo estoy aquí más que nada porque me preocupa, ¿verdad?, lo que es el ambiente.
The main reason why I'm here tonight is because I'm very concerned about the environment.
Y yo apoyo la energía limpia y los hogares saludables.
And I've come to speak in favor of the Clean Energy and Healthy Homes campaign.
Y es por eso que estoy aquí apoyando, porque últimamente pues se ha visto muchos olores, como dice mi compañero, y hemos estado enfermándonos más seguido a causa de esos químicos que se queman en la noche.
That's why I'm here to speak up, and as my colleague mentioned, there's a lot of smell that's coming from Chevron, and I feel it's affecting us, and it's making us sick, and it's more prevalent at nighttime.
Y no nada más el problema es afuera, sino también adentro de nuestros hogares al estar consumiendo ese combustible cuando enciendes tu llama para poder cocinar.
And it's not just air contamination and outdoor air, we also have indoor air contamination every time we turn on our oven because of the contamination created from our gas ovens and stoves.
Cuando salimos también a la calle ya es de miedo el caminar tú y oler que se está tirando el gas.
Every time we go out to the street, it's evident you can smell the smell of gas in the air.
Tuve que llamar a PG&E y decirle que lo que estaba pasando porque tenía yo miedo que algo pueda suceder, y igual los biles están aumentando y ya no sabemos si comer o pagar biles. Es demasiado esto.
I had to call PG&E because I was worried about the smell inside my house, and it's very just concerning. Everything, the price of the utility bills and the gas bills have gotten so expensive that sometimes I have to decide to buy food for my family or pay PG&E.
Es por eso que estamos aquí esta noche para pedirles su apoyo para financiar un proyecto piloto de descarbonización.
That's why we're here tonight, to ask for your support to help finance a pilot project on decarbonization on the level of, on a neighborhood scale.
En todo el vecindario. Gracias por atendernos y les agradezco de verdad que siempre nos atiendan. Buenas noches.
Thank you for listening to us, and we're always very grateful for your attentiveness to us. Thank you.
Zoraya? Okay. No? Agianta?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adriante. I'm with the community group ACE, and I'm here to talk to y'all about the decarbonization and healthy homes. I have a 3-year-old that has bad asthma. I have took her to the hospital numerous occasions. They could never really figure it out. I don't keep her around smoke. She's mainly indoors. When we do go outside, asthma's tripping. I mean, I have the doctor reports if that's what it takes to show y'all. This is very important to our community. It is, how can I say, it is causing a big effect on the little kids that's around, running around, can't really play sports like that because of their asthma. So I'm here to ask y'all, please, I'm begging y'all, find some way to make it happen for our community and our kids to be fine and healthy. That's all I'm asking. I thank y'all very much for taking y'all time out y'all day to listen to my colleagues and me. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Sissy Henriquez, followed by Michelle Walker. Michelle's going. Okay, Sissy? Sissy's not here. Our next speaker will be Alejandro Zavala. And will the following speakers please line up behind the speaker's podium? Edith Pastrano, Brenda Rodriguez, Mark Wasberg, Ben Terrio, Nassim Salim, Kathleen Sullivan, Tanya Brown, Zachary Williams, Jamin Purcell, Arania De La Mora, Vernon Whitmore, and Cochise Potts. Alejandro. Alejandro here?
No, he's not here.
Okay.
It's a different Alejandro.
Edith Pastrana.
If I may request 4 minutes, I want to read my public comment in Spanish and follow it in English.
Okay.
Muy buenas noches, concejales, alcalde, personal del municipio y de la comunidad. Me llamo Edith Pastrano, vivo y trabajo en la comunidad de Richmond como organizadora comunitaria. Durante el último año, más o menos, he visitado a diferentes vecindarios del Triángulo, Santa Fe y Coronado, y he hablado con cientos de residentes interesados en mejorar la calidad de vida en Richmond. La gente está extremadamente agobiado, no solo por el alto costo de la comida y la vivienda, sino también por el alto costo de las facturas de energía. Algunos acumulan deudas mes tras mes con PG&E y solo pueden realizar pagos parciales, mientras las tarifas siguen subiendo. He hablado con personas mayores y familias trabajadoras preocupadas por los impactos negativos a la salud que conlleva vivir en una ciudad de refinería. He escuchado innumerables historias de madres y padres preocupados por sus hijos que luchan contra el asma y que hacen todo lo posible por mantenerlos sanos y salvos. A veces incluso tienen que faltar al trabajo para ir al hospital a buscar tratamiento. La comunidad está emocionada y está lista para ver que la ciudad de Richmond sea un líder en soluciones ambientales que aborden los problemas climáticos
el alto costo de facturas de energía y mejorar también la calidad del aire que estamos respirando todos los días en nuestros hogares y afuera. También queremos darle gracias a los miembros del Consejo por su apoyo en 2 resoluciones en el año anterior, donde abordarían cualquier proyecto de descarbonización que fuera por medio de trabajo sindicalizado y local. También asegurando que esto realmente apoye a la comunidad de Richmond. Good evening, council members, mayor, and staff, and members of the community. My name is Edith. I live and work in Richmond as a community organizer. Well over the past year, I've door-knocked neighborhoods in the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, and Coronado. I've talked to hundreds of residents who care about improving the quality of life in Richmond. People are overwhelmingly burdened by not only the high cost of food and housing, but also with the high cost of energy bills. Some carrying debt month after month with PG&E and only being able to make partial payments here and there while rates continue to rise. I've talked to seniors, working families who are concerned with the negative health impacts of living in a refinery town. I've heard countless stories from concerned mothers and fathers for their children struggling with asthma and doing everything in their power to keep them safe and healthy. Sometimes even having to miss work to go to the hospital and seek treatment. The community is thrilled and ready to see the city of Richmond be a leader in environmental solutions that address not only climate issues, but also the high cost of energy, as well as improving the quality of air that we breathe every day. And I just want to say thank you to the council for approving 2 resolutions last year, which would one, direct staff to hire an Inflation Reduction Act coordinator, and 2, that all projects related to decarbonizing at the neighborhood scale be led with union, local Richmond resident workers. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Brenda Rodriguez, followed by Mark Wasberg. Brenda?
Hello, everyone. My name is Brenda. I work at Urban Help, helping engaging the community with the beautiful Greenway Trail. We are a nonprofit dedicated to building a healthier and more sustainable and just local food system here in North Richmond and Richmond as well for the past 19 years. I'm excited to share with you today the Greenway's 2024 report. Just a little bit about the Greenway. The Greenway Community Garden is located on 6th Street. This is a community-driven space that provides a wide variety of seasonal vegetables and herbs year-round for the public to come and pick. Over at Unity Park is where we have most of our events that take place during the year. We often partner with lots of local orgs and also the City of Richmond to bring fun and memorable events and workshops to our community. So to go over the 2024 accomplishments along the Greenway, this is just a short snippet, but we had 62 volunteer activities. We had about 1,900 volunteers that engaged on the Greenway Trail. We produced about 462 pounds of produce, that was harvested from our raised beds. We had about 48 free farm stands that were providing fresh produce to our communities. And we collected about 27,000 pounds of trash along our Greenway Trail. And for the last thing, I just want to invite the community out to our Earth Day celebration that's going to be happening on April 19th. We also have some flyers out in the hall for you guys to pick up. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg.
Said when PD was murdered by the Richmond PD, the police chief had an idea to set up a sensitivity training, but it didn't do any good because she was out there being a thug with her husband, partners in crime, threatening people's lives. They ended up beating up Cowboy Gus. They kicked him in the ankle. Then they bruised his face up, took him to the ER room. Oh, he must have slipped. We don't know what happened. I like to see that police report it probably says he tried to draw a weapon. He tried to attack me. He was interfering with police work. You call that pride and purpose? You call that protecting the community? Even myself, I was speaking there. The corrupt cop, Tim Simmons, came up to me, attacked me, and said I had no constitutional rights to speak. You see, the public has the right to know who the corrupt cops are, and all these 3 cops are going to have to be fired. They have no right doing what they did to the public. Now, if they're going to go out and enforce the law on some criminals and stuff like that, I ain't got no problem with that. But don't attack the law-abiding citizens expressing their constitutional rights. I didn't see the police chief here. What happened to her? And her men were getting an award. You see, the Richmond PD is notorious about being corrupt, killing people, violating their constitutional rights, and lying about it. Mark Gagan lied in court, cost me $400. And I confronted that son of a bitch, and he got all huffy and puffy. I want to get me a lawyer. I said, well, you go get your lawyer. You see what I'm saying? Every time a cop fills out a report, 99.9% they lie. I can get on the internet. That's all I see is cops committing murder, planting evidence on people, killing people, being
Your time
criminals.
has expired. Ben Terrio.
Swear you're doing this order on purpose. Every time. Ben Terrio, president of Richmond Police Officers Association. I want to draw your attention, Council and Mayor, to item 018. It's amendment to legal services agreement to the Maloney Employment Law Firm. It's a shingle of 1, I believe. $150,000 did not to exceed amount of $500,000, the term ending in June 30th, 2027. This attorney is representing the city on several issues. One happens to be a lawsuit with the POA. And irrespective of that, my concern is that this attorney is not actually, and then broadly speaking, what's happening if the city attorney's office in general in total actually reports back from these folks. One, if they even report to the city attorney's office on any type of discussion that happens between attorneys. 2, if obviously, I'm assuming that does happen, or hopefully it does. If it not, then it's not the problem of the city attorney's office, the problem of the person that they're doing business with. And if they in turn pass that along to you. All the money that's spent on law firms and settlements and things like that, it's a lot of money and it adds up quickly. And then if settlements, things like that are being proposed or put across the table, I think it's important that you as policymakers, as elected officials, actually see that information. So that's my concern. It's something I want to raise. Obviously, it's on consent. It is what it is. But I'm very concerned because I have concerns that things that are passed along between one firm to another, to the city, to you all, is not being relayed. And I think that's something worth looking into. Thank you.
Nasreen Salem.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Nazreen Salim. I'm here regarding the street vendors that's affecting my business. I've been working with council member here, Zapata, and a couple of you guys, and this is really affecting my business. And the address is 925 on Cutting Boulevard, it's 711, and I have a street vendor just right on my, like on the, basically on the property, on the sidewalk. And when we approached her, she does have a permit, and on the permit, it mentions my address. And I don't think that's correct. So it's affecting my business really bad, about $400 to $500 a day is affecting when she's there. And there are a couple other vendors across the street from our business, which is also affecting, and it's really safety issue because when the vendors across the street are there, the people parking their vehicles on my property at the pumps, and they're walking across the street, running across the street to purchase, and that's really dangerous. And some people got hurt there too, and nobody reported because it was just a little minor accident. Something big can happen because it's a busy street, and everybody knows it's right on the freeway. So that's affecting my business really bad, and I would appreciate if somebody can work on it sooner than later. And also, I'm here to talk about the tobacco licensing. We're struggling with that too on top of that, which is affecting two of my businesses. One is the 7-Eleven that I mentioned, and also Arco on McBride in San Pablo. So I was just hoping if something can be done sooner than later on that too, because I've been there in that business on Arco more than 20 years now, and I never had any problem with nothing until last year in October, I think, when we, because of some misunderstanding with city, or I don't know what's going on during the COVID, we just lost our license through that, and
Your time has
Thank you.
expired. Can you please talk to the clerk here? Kathleen Sullivan, followed by Tanya Brown.
Kathleen Sullivan, Richmond resident. You know, I come and speak often about the issues and the importance of what the needs are of our community, and I've just become way mindful as of recently about the importance of our businesses in our community. I'm here to speak on behalf of Nasim and Mohammed Salim and their business, two businesses, one on San Pablo and McBride, and the other one, the 7-Eleven. These are business owners I've known for more than 20 years that started off as employees, workers in this community, and then developed both two businesses in this community, and they are both under attack right now. And their attack is directly related to City of Richmond policy. The policy around that was put in place around the vendors and where they can set up, and also the policy that was put in place for the smoke shop. Both of them are affecting their businesses as long-time businesses, and it shouldn't be that way. We are, just as we need our community organizations in this community, we need our businesses as well. And they're not the only ones that are feeling affected to potentially be run out of this community, and we don't need that. This is a business that supported my activity and community all the way back to Neighborhood House in North Richmond. They contributed things to me there when I was at Pullman, at GRIP. These are businesses that donate to the needs of the community. And now, as of this morning, there are 3 vendors sitting outside their 7-Eleven selling some of the same merchandise they sell in their store, undermining the cost of their business. That shouldn't be so. When we talk about they talked about the tobacco thing, they've been with tobacco off their shelves since last September. Some of the people here on this dais don't even know what's going on.
Your time
You
has
need to
expired.
look into this.
Thank you. Tanya Brown, followed by Zachary Williams.
Hello, council. Been a long time. It's been, what, 4 or 5 years? Anyway, I'm calling to talk about an item that you dropped, which was 0.4.6, the resolution to accept the appropriate grant award for the Cannabis Equity Program. I'm one of the participants of the program. It's a great opportunity to bring commerce into the city of Richmond. And I already own a company right now. I own a genealogy research firm. And I'm all about economic development and bringing money into the city. And I've been a resident here for 14 years. And the things that I've seen is that to me, this city does not believe in economic development. I sat on the Economic Development Commission and talked about bringing technology to this city. Facebook, Amazon, bringing technology hubs to come to the city of Richmond, because this is the perfect city in the Bay Area. But nobody listened. I don't think the city is really interested in bringing commerce into this city. When I look at a city like San Pablo, who is smaller than us, but they have more retail companies than we have. And I'd like to know why. What is it that, as a city, that we're doing that we're not able to have companies come into our city to create jobs for people and to have this type of monies flowing into the city? I don't understand it. Our license is more expensive than the city of Oakland. Why is that? You have to fight just to be a business owner for this city. And small business is the backbone of any city, of any country in terms of development and revenue. And I would like for this council to be more.
Expired, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
The next speaker is Zachary Williams. He'll come forward. Zachary Williams. Okay. The next speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Hello, Richmond City Council. I would like to speak on item 07D for Transgender Day of Visibility. I know we had a lot of proclamations, so that's totally cool, but I just want to make sure that we speak to this point, which is that I want to thank our mayor, Eduardo Martinez, and our vice mayor, Councilmember Zepeda, for bringing this item and for being able to remember Transgender Day of Visibility. Visibility, resistance, and advancing trans rights are really important, especially in this current shifting political landscape. This is an annual day that is celebrated on March 31st to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments and contributions of the transgender and gender nonconforming people. This day is to recognize the diversity of the transgender identity and to support the transgender community. And transgender people have been documented since the ancient Sumerians and across the globe in all cultures. Transgender people still today face violence and discrimination, and it's important that their stories and experiences are heard and celebrated. Transgender Day of Visibility is a day to recognize the strength of the trans community and to show that trans community people are an important part of our society and our community. There are public officials who have called open season and attacked the LGBTQIA community, and there are over 527 bills currently that attack our community. And there's even 5 here in the state of California attacking transgender people participating in sports, their access to health care, and their very dignity, including our own governor with his shitty podcast. Thank you for standing with the LGBT community, and I am so proud that my city raises the transgender flag to be able to make sure that they are seen as visibly supporting. Because if we don't stand up for trans rights, we don't stand up for anyone's rights. Trans rights are human rights. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Irania De La Mora. She'll be followed by Vernon Whitmore.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for having me. The reason I was displeased when the lady from Parkchester spoke is because I do not believe it is right to fine people for playing music. I believe fining people for playing music is a violation of the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and violating human right for seeking prosperity. I highly disagree with that, and I also live in Parkchester, and I think if you're just looking for a reason to fine people that are having a good time, that's what you're doing. And there's already enough, it's already hard enough to live in Richmond. It's already difficult to make money here. And now you want to take away music. I think that's just really cold. Everybody, I just want to advocate and make you all aware, if you are not already aware, of the efforts some people in this community of Richmond, California are working on making more musical events available for the people living in this community. Across the street from Fusco on McDonald Street, there is a parking lot where food vendors have access to sell food. And thank you for doing that. I highly appreciate that. You're giving people that don't usually have an opportunity to make money, an opportunity to make money. Because like the other lady said that came up here, it is very difficult to have a business and have a place where it's not illegal to run a business. That's not super expensive. Across the street from Fusco on McDonald Street, there's a parking lot where food vendors have access to sell food. In the month of April, there is an effort between myself and others to have continuous music performances. Also, the neighborhood block parties are starting soon, and I hope to perform again in North Richmond as I did last year, and I hope you all come and see me. I've been working on music that is rap, but I'm trying to make rap music that isn't vulgar, like doesn't have vulgar language or any sexual content, so families may be able to come and bring their children and feel okay with their kids being there. So I really hope you guys support music and don't see it as something bad, see it something good, because it brings people happiness without having violence. Thank you so much.
Vernon Whitmore.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Vernon Whitmore, Executive Director of the Richmond Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here for two reasons. One is to support the 7-Eleven issue. I should also mention I'm the president of Santa Fe Neighborhood Council, where the 7-Eleven. Now, this is an old issue, I think, Councilmember Jimenez, former Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Brown for the work they've done with the 23rd Street merchants. This isn't as large, but this has been happening since I was in the mayor's office. So that's been 2 years. And these sidewalk vendors, which I know everyone is, has to make a living, that's great. But one thing that surprised me is the license has 925 Cutting, which is the location of 7-Eleven. And if that's true, he should be on Cutting, but he's right on Harbor Way South, right at the gas station. So it's not only the 7-Eleven, there's a service station right across the street that are both impacted by this, and it is going into their revenue, as the young lady said. So it'd be, just want you to, take a look at that. I contacted the mobile vending person. They said they were going to send an inspector out. The inspector, as far as I know, has not been out. So what we would like is for some type of action to take place so we can, these are tax-paying business owners for years, very good to the community. They support our activities, National Night Out, and other community events. So they give back to the community, and we appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Our last in-person speaker is Cochise Potts.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Cochise Potts. I am a small business owner here in the city of Richmond. And I would like to, first of all, I just want to reiterate what the residents of Parkchester Village came up and spoke about. I was born and raised in that community, and there needs to be some urgency in getting those problems corrected. But I came here tonight to ask a question. I read this article not too long ago, and it was stating that the city of Richmond was awarded something like $9,333,000 to house the unhoused and the homelessness. And I'm like to know, has Richmond received that money yet? If so, where does it go? Is it going to the general fund, or is it going to be specifically allocated for the homeless? $9 million, we could resolve the homeless population here in Richmond. I think it's urgent. It's affecting business, especially my business. I have a small business downtown at the Market Square Mall, and at any day, we got homeless people walking through there, going to our restrooms, messing up the bathrooms, both men and women's restroom. It's kind of like an open mall. So, I mean, we can't really just say, because it is open to the public, you can come in here. So I would like to know, where's that money and where's it going? And what agencies, if there are agencies, that's going to be distributing those. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speakers, and now we'll move to the speakers that are online. We have 6 speakers.
The speakers are Margarita Mitas, Jesse Turan, Demetria, Michelle Milam, and CJ Brown. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called, and you will each have 2 minutes to speak. Margarita Mitas, you may begin.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Martinez. My name is Margarita Mitas, President of Marina Bay Neighborhood Council and member of RNCC and long-term resident of Richmond, California. I'm speaking tonight in support of Parkchester neighborhood's request for help to stop the flooding in their neighborhood. This is an urgent need for a flood cleanup project in Parkchester, as they are experiencing similar flooding issues as what residents of Rollingwood neighborhood experienced with Ream Creek in northeast Richmond. I believe the successful transformation of Ream Creek's flooding control serves as a model for addressing similar flooding problems in Richmond and improving the quality of life for all residents of Richmond. A quick background on the Ream Creek project: it was a collaborative effort that transformed the creek from a source of annual flooding to a natural asset. The flooding went on for years, ran havoc on the quality of life for the residents, just as what has been happening in Parkchester, caused local flooding in yards, homes, streets, until various stakeholders, residents, nonprofits, including some of the city council members sitting on the council today, and our own Mayor Martinez, worked together to achieve a success in cleaning up the flood efforts. So I ask that the same efforts, same collaboration be applied to Parkchester neighborhood that is now facing similar challenges. So I urge the city of Richmond to initiate a similar flooding cleanup project for Parkchester. As I understand it, generally it's the city's responsibility to manage stormwater runoff and address street flooding within their jurisdiction. But I also understand the specifics of doing so is challenging. However, the Ream Creek project was funded by Proposition 68 funds and general fund money from the city of Richmond. So I ask that city council members think about finding similar funding as they have already done with setting aside $500,000 toward the effort, and that is appreciated. So thank you for my time, and I look forward to a positive response.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Turan.
Hello, my name is Jesse Turan, and I am a homeless resident of Richmond. I am speaking as an advocate of the homeless community, and just to tell our housed neighbors, people in Richmond, what's going on. The city of Richmond has received hundreds of millions of dollars ostensibly on our behalf. So because of the homeless, the city has attracted a lot of money from the state and federal government into the city. But we don't know what's going on, what's happened with that money. Because as far as I can tell, as far as everyone I know can tell, the city is not developing any sort of long-term sustainable housing. What they're using that money for, they're using it for abatements. They're putting us up in motels for short-term stays. They're sending us to other cities if people want to go back to their home place. But there's no plan to develop long-term sustainable housing. Some people I know have been put up in apartments for 1, maybe even 2 years, but then when that time runs out, they're back on the street because they're incapable of holding down a job that can bring in enough money to pay for rent here in Richmond. And it seems to me that there is a big problem with transparency as far as expenditures go. There's a big problem with overspending. If you want to know how much housing development actually costs, maybe you should check in with someone who is not going to profit off of the answer to that. Check in with Joe Serrano at GRIP. He'll be able to give you a good answer. In the meantime, we need Richmond to comply with the plan that they have online and build us RV parks.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Demetria.
Hi, my name is Demetria Saunders, and I am a resident of Parkchester Village. And I just wanted to piggyback on what a few people said tonight. For one, as far as the flooding, I've been out here for many, many years between myself and my family, and the flooding has always been a problem, and it's always overlooked. And it's really sad to think about, even when they built on the other side of, I guess, the parkway, and they built those houses, that created new flooding, and it saved the new houses. I'm not even talking about the golf the golf course houses. I'm talking about the houses before that. So we've always been overlooked, and I'm grateful for the council people who initiated the process of setting aside funds for us. That was really a good thing. So I'm grateful for that. But I hope that there are more funds to come. And I also want to piggyback on those sidewalks on Giant Highway. They are um atrocious. You can't walk them really. You'll fall. There's gaps and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know what is going to happen regarding the sidewalks, but I hope that's taken into consideration too. And lastly, I want to talk about the music. I don't know what all was said. I just heard bits and pieces of it. I don't think that it's about people don't want the music. I think that music is fine. I think it's about time frames. There are certain rules and regulations and bylaws that go with time frame. So by the time 2 o'clock in the morning happens or 3 o'clock in the morning happens, we should all shut it down. And there's even a difference if you alert your neighbors to when you're going to have loud music. If I'm going to have an event, I usually try to tell my neighbors and be mindful of them so that they'll know that this is going to happen later than what I would usually have things. But I don't think that anybody would be inconsiderate of music. I think it's about timing and, just being respectful of people and mindful because we all have to live here together. I'm done.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Milam.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment a little bit about a couple of events that are coming up. Even though it seems far away, there is Juneteenth that's coming up. It's scheduled for June the 21st of this year at Nickel Park. And so if you go to the city website, there is a landing page where you can sign up for Juneteenth. You can sign up for a booth. You can sign up to participate in the parade. So we hope that all of Richmond comes out and helps support Juneteenth. We're going to have a headliner for the first time in a long time since the pandemic. So it looks to be a wonderful event. And we want to thank the city council and the city for helping to support making Juneteenth a wonderful event every year. The other thing I just wanted to mention is we are having our monthly crime prevention meeting tomorrow night at 5 p.m. On parking enforcement. So if there are people who want to come and hear more about what the parking enforcement unit does, ask questions, there's an opportunity to do that. I also would be remiss if I didn't report that we do have a homeless task force that meets once a month on Thursdays. So if there are people who are interested in that, my colleague does present information on what's happening with homelessness and grants throughout the city so people can access information. But I know he's also happy to share that at other forums. That might be a good way for people to get involved as well. So I hope that people reach out and stay engaged and stay informed about what's going on so that we can work on some of these issues that are longstanding together. I was happy to see all the residents from Parchester come out because I know that's a longstanding issue. My family has been here for over 50 years, and I know the flooding has been an issue for many, many years. So it was good to see all the neighbors come out and talk about the needs and the concerns. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is CJ Brown.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so my name is CJ Brown, also Charles Brown, and I'm the owner of Lo-Fi Delivery in Oakland. I've been the owner since 2020. It's a cannabis delivery service, and I'm just here to kind of talk about the cannabis grants and program that you guys are working on currently. Um, but yeah, for me, just being in the industry, like I said, I've had the store since 2020, and then I got into the industry in 2017, just as a kind of a part of like launch teams for just different deliveries throughout California. But I just want to say, like, if your concern is like safety or just things like that when it comes to the cannabis ordinance, I will say that I feel like the legal industry is like great for just to give the community like working opportunities. That way they don't have to be in the illegal market. And then also too, like just the marketing and stuff, it also like gives people that, say that are consumers of the legal market, an option to dabble in the legal market and then also provide tax revenue for the city. But I am an applicant as well, so I don't want to just like, try to advocate for myself, but my business does make a little under like $500,000 a year, and we are out of Oakland. So, if I were able to bring my business to Richmond, it would that tax revenue would be for you guys, and even if I'm not selected, like I said, I've been in the industry, delivery specifically since 2017. So I would love to work with the program. It's my hometown, so I just want to see it succeed and, just try to do something here. And I'm extremely nervous, if you guys can't tell, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Open set of speakers forums closed.
Okay. The next item is approval of the consent calendar. And just for the record, items 04B, it has been continued to April 15th, and that's the district office lease agreement with U.S. Congressmember John Garamenda's office. 04A has been continued to April 1st, and that is the AB 481 Military Equipment Use Annual Report. Those items will not be included in this vote.
Mr. Mayor, I have a suggestion about the order of items.
It's time to make a motion on.
I make a motion to pass the consent calendar as you suggested.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay. First, second. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
No.
Thank you. So you have a presentation by the interim superintendent of the school district. Some parents told me although they cannot come here, they would like to watch it, and because they have to put the children to bed early and their schedule follows their children's schedule, I would like to ask to please move it on top of the agenda now and have it now if possible. I would greatly appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're moving to item P2. And that item is to receive a presentation from West Contra Costa Unified School District's interim superintendent, Kim Moses, regarding the West Contra Costa Unified School District's enrollment, attendance, budget projections, and data on current accomplishments of students, teachers, and schools.
Thank
you.
you.
If there's anyone joining us online that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Dr. Moses, thank you very much for coming. You may have a seat over there. You will be able to see the slides and ask the IT team to move the slides as you speak. I just wanted to sincerely thank you, not just for the job you're doing at the school district, but also agreeing to come tonight and present to us. Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. I appreciate this opportunity to address the council tonight as the interim superintendent of the West Contra Costa School District. I come to this role with 30 years of experience in education. Early in my career, I served as 12 years as a teacher in Oakland Unified School District, and this is my 18th year serving the West Contra Costa Unified School District and its surrounding communities. I've served as a principal for 15 years in our district. I've served as a coordinator of intervention planning in our district, and most recently, I held the position of Associate Superintendent Chief Business Official. I am a native of Richmond. I am homegrown, having been educated in the Richmond Unified School District and the University of California, Berkeley, to prepare for this work in our district. I attended King Elementary School, preschool to 6th grade, Adams Junior High School, and I am an alumni of the Kennedy High School class of 1989. I am humbled to serve our community and commit to doing this work to improve the outcomes for our children while planning for increased success in our programs and our schools to ensure that every educational space is welcoming and effective for all. Tonight's presentation is an update on some of the current data related to the work in our district and also to provide context for some concerns related to services in our community, but more specifically, our services to our children. And with that, if we could bring up the presentation. I'm not quite sure. Do I work the system?
Are you able to see the slides on the computer?
Not yet.
KCRT team, could you please help our presenter?
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. And will I advance slides from here?
You ask him to move forward.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I think we're ready to begin. Next slide, please. I first want to begin the presentation by sharing our demographics. Who do we serve? Next slide. These infographics show not only the map of the surrounding communities that we serve, but also some of the demographics most recently updated for the 23-24 school year, showing that we have over 25,000 students and we have over 3,100 staff members that we serve every day, with Richmond being the largest community where we have schools, services, staff, and students. Next slide. I began this presentation with a focus on enrollment. If you've been following trends in education, I think it is common knowledge that California is experiencing an enrollment decline. I'm not sure that it's common knowledge that enrollment and attendance is how all school districts are funded. Our region and the state as a whole, we're experiencing this decline in school enrollment, and West Contra Costa specifically has decreased 9.5% in the past 5 years. This article referenced on this slide outlines some of the issues with enrollment and how it impacts our district budget. I begin with this so that I can set the tone for some of the slides and the following in this presentation as we discuss some of our current issues. Next slide. This is a slide specific to West Contra Costa Unified. It shows our enrollment trends, but not only does it show our trends since 2018-19 school year, it shows our funding levels. The purple line shows how we're funded. We're funded per pupil, and the dotted red line shows our average daily attendance. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the state changed its rules on funding and allowed us to use a 3-year average. So they did that in order for us not to have a significant dip immediately in our budget as enrollment declined after the pandemic. This has been a savior for our district, and it's allowed us a soft landing space as we make adjustments to budget and services to match the incoming revenue. Next slide. I wanted to just share a graphic to demonstrate how the city of Richmond is represented within our district. This is an enrollment and an attendance slide by city. So what this slide shows is that the city of Richmond, the enrollment totals are 10,577 students. This is as of March 1st of 2025. The city of Richmond represents nearly half of our current enrollment. When we look at the absence rates, because we are not funded by number of students enrolled, we are funded by number of students who attend school each day, you can also see that there's a significant concern about the average daily attendance of our Richmond students. Currently, the absenteeism rate is 44.5%. This is an area of concern for the district, and we're working on many strategies and mitigations in order to support students and families so that we can increase that average daily attendance. Next slide. So I just want to summarize some of the demographic data related to our district. Since the 2019-2020 school year, our enrollment has declined by 2,671 students, or as referenced, 9.5% of our enrollment. School site staffing correlates directly to student enrollment. One of the things that must happen as enrollment declines is we must also adjust our staffing levels in order to stay in line with revenue and expenditures. Richmond residents make up approximately 43.1% of all WCC USD students, and the rate of chronic absenteeism for Richmond students is about 56.3% of all chronically absent students across the district. Since 2019-20, the average daily attendance has declined in our district by 3,193 students. This decline results in reduced potential revenue of approximately $35.1 million. Next slide. Now I'd like to share with you some of the fiscal concerns and some of the things we're doing to mitigate this in order to ensure that we can continue to provide high levels of service across our schools. Next slide. This slide demonstrates comparative data of our unrestricted revenue, expenditures, and ending balances. We're going to speak of budget in two ways. Unrestricted revenues is the operating budget that takes care of all of our base expenses for our schools. Later, I'll introduce restricted revenues, which are revenues that must be assigned to restricted purposes only. So what this slide shows is our unrestricted revenue and the balances from 2017 to the current year and the estimated balances for the 3 years out. You'll notice that the revenue has fluctuated. We've had some years of increases and some years of decline. But if you notice that red line that demonstrates the expenses, that red line, when it exceeds the blue lines, means we've spent more money in unrestricted balance than we've received. To add to this budget story, the gold line at the bottom is our ending balance. Now, what the ending balance makes up is the 3% required reserve that we must hold or set aside year after year in order to satisfy a requirement of the state. Next slide, I think there's a fly-in. Yes. So if you look here, it's estimated that in the 26-27 school year, we can only, well, these levels of 3% reserves will be impacted. Next slide. I believe the information is on the slide in. We are able to meet this with reductions. Click again. One more time. So the table up top shows what happens if we implement our fiscal solvency plan. If we implement our fiscal solvency plan, we are able to meet the 3% reserve requirement. If we do not implement a fiscal solvency plan, then our story changes to the bottom left, and you'll show that we are not able to have a balance in the budget that allows for us to satisfy the 3% reserve requirement. There is a slide later in the presentation that will further explain this. Next slide. So WCCUSD has a deficit problem. The deficit problem is not new, and we've been addressing this problem year over year. However, the deficit problem has become more of an urgent and immediate issue as the COVID-19 pandemic funding has expired, and the restricted revenues that were very liberal, allowing us to support some of our base needs, are no longer available for use. So since 2018, we've been experiencing a structural deficit. And 4 out of the last 6 years, expenses outpaced revenues. We must maintain that 3% reserve. If we don't maintain the 3% reserve, our budget will not be approved by the County Office of Education in a positive manner, resulting in a potential loss of local control of our decision-making. Our Board of Education has proactively created a policy that mandates a 6% reserve for internal economic uncertainty. The 3% reserve that we hold for the state can only be used if there's a state economic emergency and still be compliant. So we need our own reserve account in order to support the uncertainty of the economy and any unforeseen expenses that come up and need to be addressed within our unrestricted general fund. What is happening currently is we have a plan where we expect to exhaust our internal reserves, which we refer to as Fund 17, over the next 4 years, even as we implement reductions. Next slide. So this slide demonstrates our reserve balances. The 6% requirement is a policy approved by our board in order to ensure that we can address any fiscal emergencies that arise. This balance has stayed consistent which means that our savings account, which I will refer to it here on this slide, is stable so that we have that available for surprises. But I'd like to draw your attention to fiscal year 2020. Fiscal year 2020 was a year similar to our current reality, where we simply did not have enough money to cover the expenditures in our budget, and therefore we had to draw from those reserves. With the implementation of pandemic funds, thankfully we were able to replenish those in 2021 and continue to have a balance, an internal fiscal reserve for uncertainties. There's a resolution related to this fund, and these monies must have permission from the board in order for them to be used within our operating budget. Next slide. This slide shows our fiscal reduction plan, and this slide comes from our first interim report, which was presented by the Business Services team in December. What this multi-year projection shows is that the highlighted area shows that we are going to need to contribute to our budget from this reserve account in order to ensure that we can have enough revenue to meet our expenditures. So on this slide, we're showing the withdrawals that are going to be required according to this first interim report. We will have a second interim report, and unfortunately, the second interim report is going to show that in the 25-26 school year, we may need to dip further into those reserves, making the out years a little more uncertain. Next slide. So this slide, and if you could click in, I believe there's a fly-in. There you go. This slide I'd like to just share with the council that we have been working really hard across our district with our partners to identify reductions in order to implement a fiscal solvency plan at the same time as we're expending our reserves in order to make sure that our expenditures can be taken care of with the revenue that we have on hand. So we have identified $7 million in reductions for the next school year. We were very fortunate to be able to identify reductions in the central office mostly. And due to vacancies that we currently have in our district, we do not anticipate that we will actually have to issue a May 15th layoff notice to any more than a few people. And this is because once we go through the process of identifying positions that are impacted by reductions, we do believe that everyone will have a position to be offered so that the employment within our district can continue. We've identified another issue in that in the 26-27 school year, we need to identify another $6 million in reductions. We have done some preliminary work of estimating where those reductions can come from. But the reality is, last year we did great work with all of our labor unions to identify $19 million in reductions that we implemented this year. The deep reductions that we did last year allowed us to be in this position where we're still able to implement a plan to write our budget. However, last year's cuts were, they were pretty bare bones. The cuts that we made, the reductions that we made, were made collaboratively in order to ensure that we could achieve the results of fiscal solvency. We don't have any additional areas in school sites where we believe reductions can be made. So we're at the point where reductions are now we're gonna need to look at services if we don't make some pretty critical decisions in order to ensure that our revenue and our expenditures are balanced. I also want to highlight here the amount of the 3% reserve requirement, which is highlighted in yellow. So for the current year, 24-25, we must keep $16.6 million in the books at all times. It's a requirement of the state. That is 3% of our expected expenditures, and it's what's required for our multi-year budget. For 25-26, you'll see the 3% reserve is expected to be about $15.9 million or $16 million roughly. That's based upon the level of expenditures anticipated in that year. 3% of expenditures must be set aside as a rule. Next slide. This slide shows our revenue and the increases in revenue over since the fiscal year 2017. These data numbers come from our unaudited actuals, and you'll find at the end of this presentation, I have links to all of the resources for the data provided in this presentation. The data has been vetted and approved, and it is available for you to review on your own as well. What this slide shows is that the local control funding formula, which is the bulk of our unrestricted funds since 2017, has increased about 26%. Our issue in trying to address our budgetary, the balance within our budget, is that that colored line on the bottom that says contributions to restricted programs. You can see that we've increased our contributions to our restricted programs, such as special education and restricted maintenance, by 41%. These are also mandates by the state and mandates by our program. We must provide a high level of service for our special education students in order to meet our the requirements to ensure that their education is adequately addressed and the cost of doing business is going up. So as we're seeing an increase in our revenue, we're also seeing an increase in the cost of doing business, not only with those contributions, but across the board. The next slide will show the expenditures and the rate of increase for the expenditures. You'll see that since these numbers also come from our unaudited actuals, the certificated salaries since 2017 have increased by 25%. The employee benefits, the cost of those have increased by 44%. I won't read the entire slide, but if you take a look at all of the color-coded data points, you'll see that there are increases across the board. The one area in which we show a decrease is books and supplies, and the reason for this is we are able to use restricted resources to purchase supplemental curriculum and some of the materials and supplies that we provide for our schools. So one of the ways in which we've been trying to avail more money in our unrestricted general fund is to shift any services that are allowable over to the restricted side of the house, and most of that comes in the form of materials and supplies. Next slide. So this slide shows a combined general fund, which includes the restricted and unrestricted revenue. If you look at the bottom, the total of restricted revenue is $370 million, but the total, the total expenditures was $416 million. So you see there where there is a mismatch, an imbalance to what we're spending and what we have available. So our base district expenses exceeded the totality of the unrestricted general fund budget. Now, some of these base expenses were able to live in the restricted side of the house because the services fall under the restricted category. However, the positions are positions that are a part of our core program. Next slide. So here I'd like to show you the totality of our unaudited actuals, the end-of-year balance. I know that there was some concern that there may be money available that the district has not used in order to better position some of the decisions related to salaries and programs, but I'd like to show how that actually plays out. So if you look at the purple line, that is the balance of all restricted accounts. We did end the 23-24 school year with $101 million in our restricted fund balance. But the restricted funds can only be used for stated purposes related to the grants, and they may not be included in the operating budget for base expenses. Then the second line shows that we have $37.6 million in Fund 17 reserves. Again, those are the internal reserves that must be used to address economic uncertainty. One-time monies, once they're spent, they are gone, not to return to the balance sheet. And then that third line is the 3% reserve that we must keep on hand as a state requirement. It cannot be spent. And also, there was a fund balance of $7.7 million after last year's books were closed. That totals $162 million, 162.5 million at the conclusion of last year's budget when we reviewed our actual expenses and revenues, but these are the balances and these are the restrictions on those balances. Next slide. I just wanted to share here an example of the restricted balance detail, and I apologize that the print is so small, but the question may come up, what is that 101 million in restricted funds? This sheet is actually copied directly from our unaudited actuals, and it shows the balance of all of these restricted accounts. And if you take a look, you can pretty quickly come to the conclusion that these monies are restricted in specific areas. For example, arts and music instructional materials discretionary block grant has to be used for those purposes. Child nutrition can only be spent on nutrition. Early learning opportunity programs can only be spent on intervention services in our neediest schools. So every one of these restricted resources has a purpose related to its spending, and it cannot be added to any negotiated agreement. It cannot be added to any of the operating expenses related to our day-to-day operations of the district. Next slide. So as a summary to this budget information, we just want to share that we're working really hard to address the structural deficit within our unrestricted general fund. We are focused on preserving the quality of service for students and retaining quality staff. And I will share here that we do understand that in terms of attracting and retaining staff, we have some work to do. And we must look for ways to increase our total compensation package. I absolutely agree with that. And we're trying to find ways to do that. However, for the level that we're already extended for expenditures, we're needing to try and figure out how that can be done. I also want to share that the supplemental services are primarily provided through the restricted funds. So even though there is a very tight unrestricted operating budget, you saw on the previous slide that we have a very healthy restricted balance that can go to things like instructional interventions, additional supported sites. There are lots of quality additions to programs that those restricted funds bring, but they cannot fund a contract. Also, there is new uncertainty with potential changes in the federal grant funding structures. We receive approximately $30 million annually in federal grants. We are unsure in this moment what is going to happen to the future of those grants. However, we have not made any adjustments to our budget, and we're hoping not to need to do that. But I point that out because as we begin to look forward into how we're planning for our budget, we must also remember that there may be some impact assigned or sent down from the federal government that may cause us to need some shifts in our restricted budgets. The good news is our unrestricted operating budget is not related to any federal grant resource, but it could impact our ability to provide supplemental services if there's a shift. And lastly, I just want to say that we're really grateful to the work of our board to ensure that we have a 6% reserve, because a 6% reserve is really allowing us to continue to have a positively certified budget as we work to align our expenses and revenue to address the structural deficit. Next slide. So I just want to spend a very brief time on just some comparative data, because I know that as a city council, not only are you invested in our students, but you're also invested in our staff and our families and how we attract staff to our district. The majority of our employees are likely Richmond residents. So I want to share with you raw data on exactly where we stand as we compare to other surrounding districts, and acknowledge that we do have work to do. Next slide. So I'm going to go through this quickly, but I invite in-depth questions should you have them after the presentation is over. This first slide is comparative data of the average daily attendance and the staffing of surrounding districts. I selected the districts that we typically look at as a leadership team and with our labor partners to compare our level of service. And you'll see that West Contra Costa is in the middle here. Our staffing, as it directly relates to enrollment in ADA, we rank 5 out of these 9 total districts in ADA revenue collected. So we are about a mid-sized district, not the largest, not the smallest, but mid-sized. Next slide. This shows our class size data. What is the teacher to student ratio for the separate grade levels across our system? And on this slide, what you'll see is that West Contra Costa ranks 2nd for class size for the younger kids, but in the other grades, we're pretty average. Class size determines the number of teaching positions we need. If we lower class sizes, we need more teachers. So the ADA to teacher ratio for West Contra Costa is 1 teacher for every 17.9 students. However, the class sizes vary across the grade level. It's not the assignment, that's the budget. Okay. Next slide. Employer benefits. So we understand that the benefits that you offer your staff members really do make a difference in whether they will pick you as their employer or not. Benefit structures vary greatly, and that's the purpose of this slide. Districts value different things. However, how you structure your benefits typically is considered a part of your full compensation packet. And you can see here that for the benefits for single, West Contra Costa is one of the bottom 2. But the benefits for 2-party or for family, we are, I would say, approximately in the middle of the 9 districts. Next slide. And finally, looking at salary compensation, this is where we understand some work needs to be done. Salary structures vary based upon steps and columns in the salary schedule. Our district ranks last in starting salary, and that's a problem. Our district ranked 7th in average salary and 6th in highest salary. So we recognize and are fully committed to addressing these issues as we work to attract talented and qualified staff for our schools. Next slide. So looking ahead, I also wanted to share with you some of the other areas in which we're working really hard to build better programs for our students in our schools. Next slide. I wanted to start with our core value. Coming in as the interim superintendent, I met with the cabinet and we realigned and re-examined our goals and priorities and came up with a new core value statement. WCCUSD is committed to making student-centered decisions that support effective learning environments and promotes improved systems across the WCCUSD. We are owning that we have work to do in order to promote and improve systems, and we're dedicated to doing that. Next slide. I wanted to share, above all, this is about students. It's about the students we serve. It's about achieving results for students. It's why we're working so hard to attract talent and skilled teachers to support our students, because we want to increase our level of achievement. I've done a comparative data slide here to show at the top our most recent published data, and this data is coming from CASP, the California Assessment for Student Performance and Progress. And you'll see the first data point is from 23-24, the middle data point is from 2018-19, and the final data point is from 2014. We understand that we have a lot of work to do with programming, and this slide shows that while we're making some gains, we still have a lot of work that we need to do collaboratively together to ensure that we improve our systems for students. Currently this year, we have nearly 48% of our students have not met the basic standard for ELA. And I won't go over all of the slides, but you can see the trend is we've had some slight improvements in the exceeding and met standard, but unfortunately our number of students not meeting the expectation has increased. We are still recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, and we understand that that plays a role, which is why we are focusing heavily on intervention services for our students as well as good training for our staff. Next slide. This is the same slide, but it shows the math data, also same 3 years of points, also same trend, a slight increase in number of students exceeding and meeting standards, but also a slight increase in students not meeting standards. Next, so we've got a lot of work to do, and we want to do it together for our students. Next slide. So where are we focused? We're focused on student-centered decisions. We're focused on quality Tier 1 instruction across all grade levels. We have made some curricular choices that are not working in all of our communities, and we're working really hard, especially in the area of ELA, to ensure that all schools, all teachers have quality Tier 1 instruction that allows our students access to the materials that they need to become more proficient. We're also increasing authentic engagement with our students, our families, and our community organizations across all school structures. With the leadership of our teachers union, we have engaged in Community Schools Initiative, where we are really working with community school managers, community-based organizations, our teachers, families, and staff in order to make sure that what's offered at the school site meets the needs of the community. We are also really focused on attracting, supporting, and retaining quality staff to support student success. We did much better this year with filling our vacancies. However, we are acknowledging that vacancies still exist, but want to point out that that isn't just the reality of West Contra Costa, but it is the reality across the state due to declining pool of available and licensed teachers. We also are looking to refine supplemental services using those restricted funds in order to better support students who require more intervention. And then finally, we have a strategic plan that was created by Dr. Hurst, our previous superintendent. We are focused on brave minds, bold leaders, and big dreams. And the cabinet is working to refine that plan in order to ensure that it is digestible and also that it is the plan that will carry us into future success. Next slide. So collaborative structures, we really need the support of the city council, the city as a whole, and we're always looking for ways that we can collaborate and work together to support effective schools and serve our communities together. Some of the things that we're already doing is a community schools initiative that I mentioned. Also, there is a systems change collaborative where the surrounding cities come together to discuss issues of importance and ways in which the cities can collaborate with the school district to address concerns. We have an active attendance campaign in order to increase ADA, recognizing that if we get more students attending school regularly on an average daily basis, then the revenue will also increase. We're looking for support with a community safety and school traffic safety plan. This is a concern across all of our schools because school dismissal and school drop-off does get congested, and having the support of city government would help us to address that more effectively. We're also leveraging community partnerships and would like to do that in conjunction with the City of Richmond. We are most recently invested in supporting the workforce housing initiatives. We believe that if we're able to do that for our staff members, that would then draw more qualified, skilled applicants to our district. And finally, our families need a lot of support, and we're looking for ways in which we can collaborate and build structures to support our families that have socioeconomic challenges, because we know those challenges also contribute to some of the challenges that we experience with our academic growth with the students in our schools. Next slide. All right, so I want to close out this presentation with just some information about some of the great things that are happening around the town. This presentation was meant to be informative, but by no means is it meant to define who we are as a district. We have talented teachers, we have great staff, and we have dedicated people who show up every day in order to ensure that students have great learning environments and that they are thriving and have the conditions to do so. So here are a few things that are happening around our town. Next slide. I wanted to highlight Richmond High. Richmond High robotics team, they have their They've been recognized in many different circles as being an elite group for robotics. They've won countless competitions, and most recently, they participated in a film release for Rule Breakers. And not only will they be credited in the film, but they attended an exclusive screening of the film. So they recorded some authentic audio for this film, which was pretty excited for the team. Next slide. I also want to highlight that one of our graduates from Richmond High School has received a full ride scholarship to Columbia University. We are very proud of Cecia Mejia, Richmond High senior, for accomplishing this very prestigious scholarship. Next slide. We also would like to acknowledge our Changemaker Award winner, Mr. Rob Kirker, who's a teacher at Lincoln Elementary School. Mr. Kirker was recently honored by the Chamberlain Foundation for the great work that he's doing with the sixth graders at Lincoln Elementary School, and he is receiving recognition, but I just want to also lift up that he is one of many of our teachers that deserves this recognition. Next slide. We are very proud of our Greenwood Academy program. They were recently awarded an official California Continuation Model School Award, and so they were one of 74 schools that the state has recognized as having an outstanding program that provides comprehensive services to our at-risk youth. And I also want to share that we found out today that one of our schools has been selected as a California Distinguished School. The West County Mandarin School, which was housed in Richmond, is now housed in Pinot. However, many of our Richmond residents attend that school. They are a California Distinguished School, which is an honor bestowed upon schools that the state recognizes as being excellent. Next slide. So this concludes my presentation, but I did include at the end of the presentation a couple of resource slides that I'd just like to explain to you. We hit one more slide. These are links to all of our financial resources. You can look at all of our financial reports by the links in this presentation, and that goes back the last 3 years. This also includes, we were audited frequently, but we went through a comprehensive audit by the FCMAT, the Fiscal FCMAT, Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. When we were really experiencing difficult times with our budget, we were recommended to go through this screening, and they did find that we are improving in our structures in order to ensure that we can meet our financial obligation. But I invite you to review these reports and review these letters as listed here, because they do tell the story of what's happening with the West Contra Costa financial picture. Next slide. And finally, here's a data resource. This is where the academic data came from. You can use any one of these resources to gain in-depth access to what's happening in our schools. Any information that you'd like to know about, you can learn from one of these three sources. EdData will give you lots of financial and demographic data. The CASP website will share with you our current and historical academic data. And DataQuest is one, it has a combination of lots of things, but you can find information there like our dropout rate, our course enrollment rate, our discipline data, and our graduation rates. So I just wanted to provide you with some additional resources where you can further look into the things that are happening at our district. With that, I'm going to close the presentation just with another acknowledgement of thanking you for giving me this opportunity, and just wanting you to really understand that as I stand here, born and raised in this great city of Richmond, wanting to do service, wanting to provide great service to our community, to our students and our families. It is my goal, as it is also the goal of our school board, to make the decisions that's going to be best for the outcomes for our students. It is with that focus that I approach this work, and I will continue to have that focus in this work and make the difficult decisions in order to ensure that our students have the best possible opportunities for positive outcomes in the future, and also to be able to retain control of our district by not making a budget decision that will take us backwards into fiscal insolvency. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think we're going to go directly to public comment, and then we'll come back for council questions and commentary.
Okay, we have 6 speakers in person. Anyone that would like to address the council that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, Mark Mitchell, Jamin Purcell, Sam Cleary, and Cordell Hindler. Don Gosney.
As I commented earlier this month, I believe it is extremely bad form for one elected body to step in to tell another elected body how to do their jobs, especially when the elected body being lorded over was elected by a much larger electorate than the ones trying to take control. Exactly who died and made you overseers of the West Contra Costa Unified School District? I'm pretty heavily involved in the local electoral process, and with the exception of a co-partnership between some of the candidates for school district trustee and those seeking ownership of a city council seat or members of the social club they affiliate with, I never saw any of your names on the ballot when we elected district trustees. Where do you get the arrogance to assume that as a collective body, you have the right to tell these trustees what to do? Let's keep in mind that last week, one of you called up one of the trustees and tried to bully the trustee into doing your bidding. At last week's board meeting, one of you rose to violate the rules governing speaking and took the place of another council member who had signed up to speak and spoke in her stead. And then we had a third council member who spoke via phone. Let's not forget that each of you, the 3 of you, made mention that you were speaking as a member of the Richmond City Council, which suggested to the people listening that you were speaking for the Richmond City Council, which further suggested that you were speaking for the people of Richmond, all without benefit of actually getting the blessing of the people you were speaking on behalf of. And from the comments made by members of this council and by others speaking on behalf of those council members and their supporters, we're hearing so-called facts about the district's budget that we have zero reason to believe to be facts. If this were a court of law, someone would object because this is hearsay testimony and not best evidence. If we're to be expected to believe these second, third, and fourth-hand comments from people affiliated with the county and state education departments, let's get it from the horse's mouth. I attend pretty much all of the school board meetings from start to finish, but what I learned tonight was illuminating. I thank Dr. Moses for her great presentation. The district has problems and that this council can't fix. We've lost more than $30 million per year, partly because students have relocated to the 12 charter schools in Richmond, plus the extremely high chronic absenteeism. If you want to help, maybe you can knock on doors and convince parents to send their kids to school. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg.
She talks about federal money. Well, Trump's going to be cutting off that money because he's getting out of the education business. I said the state of California spent millions of dollars, $50 million attacking Trump, 66, I think, was $1 billion on a high-speed rail that don't even run. They spent all these millions of dollars on this DEI and woke garbage, other millions of dollars to support the homeless so they could have a freebie in life. It's the state that controls the money. Every time there's a budget cut, education gets the axe, and all these other people getting all these millions of dollars. It's your legislature and your governor that's doing it to the education system. But you people don't realize what's really happening. I mean, the people of California are so stupid to put these people into office. The city council can't do nothing to help education. What are you going to do? You're going to give them the money? When Trump's going to cut it off, even the universities are getting the axe. You're having scholars are getting laid off. It's going to get real bad when Trump's going to start cutting off all the money, and you had all these students at Richmond High School walking down the street and protesting about budget cuts. People are moving out of Richmond. They're going to other communities, other cities, other states. They don't want to be in the ghetto down here in Richmond. It's the most disgusting place to live. If you're going to go to school, Deanna's flourishing. All these other places are flourishing. When I went to Richmond High, we had so many people we didn't want to do with. We had football, we had track, we had wrestling, we had golf, we had archery. But the economy's changing. I look at Richmond High now, it looks like it's deserted because people are moving out. By the way, you transgenders are a bunch of scum and garbage.
Your time has expired. Mark Mitchell.
Thank you.
Thank you for having Dr. Moses here tonight to speak about the state of our schools. I wanted to provide another perspective, the perspective of the frontline educators. I'm Mark Mitchell, Executive Director of the United Teachers of Richmond, and I'm here to report the lamentable state of our district, and that is the Richmond schools are currently unstaffable. And they're being made more unstable every day by management decisions that frankly we find puzzling. We're not sure what's going on. That's why we've asked for the assistance of the city to look into this and help us suggest changes that would better serve Richmond students and families. The superintendent noticed 75 layoffs that she saw. 68 were approved by our school board under duress. Then it turned out only one, we were told HR had only served one notice after this weeks and weeks of instability and uncertainty and despair. Only one person was laid off. And then this week we found out people are receiving these notices in the mail, and up to 8 people now may have been laid off. But when we asked the district how this could happen, they said, we don't know, we outsourced the layoff process to our law firm in Pleasant Hill, and we didn't actually send the letters out, so we don't know who is really actually getting notices. So this kind of instability is unnecessary. It's hurting our students, it's hurting our schools, and it's hurting the city of Richmond. Slide 3 is misrepresenting the average daily attendance. It looks like it's falling off precipitously when the reality is it's going down by less than 1% a year. It's a manageable amount. For skilled administrators like Dr. Moses, they can address that and handle it without calamity. We have so many vacancies that some of our schools are completely in a free fall. For example, Greenwood Academy that Dr. Moses highlighted has a 25% vacancy rate today. Those students had no science teacher all year, and they're doing PE on a computer with a non-credentialed person watching the door while they're told to do PE on the computer. Perry's Elementary has 9 vacancies for next year out of a faculty of 20.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Jamin Purcell.
I want to thank you for the presentation, but I just have some questions that I don't know if they really fully got answered. I would like to know more specifically about what you guys are doing in order to be able to attract and keep staff. We shouldn't be a training ground. We should be a place that we can have lifelong teachers. When we're talking about high school class sizes, they seem way off compared to others, and this seems to be a real challenge when we're trying to do recruitment. Benefits as well, they're really low, and we have some of the lowest starting pay. When you're trying to talk to a new teacher, how are we going to actually attract that if we are offering something that you can't actually live off of within the Bay Area? I think that, we desperately need education right now, as we can see all over the country. We have an attack on education, and unfortunately, the thing that people don't realize is you got to pay people. People have to be paid in order to be able to make sure that they can live in order to be able to educate other people's children. As well, the current setup seems to be roughly for very early career and single high school teachers. It doesn't seem like it's looking for it to be able to have a long-term trajectory for these teachers, and this is a real issue. We need to be making sure that we're not just starting and training teachers and then they go off to a different, better funded community in order to be able to educate those kids. While new teachers are cheaper, I really do think we also should be appealing to the late and mid-career folk. It's a smaller pool, but I think that they as well bring in a wealth of experience. But again, we got to start raising salaries, and that will help with recruitment. As well, I have a fear of the threat of ICE within our schools. And so I would really like to know what we're doing to protect our students. Thank you.
Sam Cleary.
Good evening. In the presentation, it was stated that over 40% of Richmond students are chronically absent. As a teacher at Siege Elementary for 7 years, I can say that one of the biggest causes of truancy is the staff vacancy crisis. Students lacked permanent credentialed teachers every year. Parents called the children's educational experience musical chairs due to the dysfunction and disrespect. Students would cry and get split into different classrooms. There wouldn't be a teacher waiting for them at the line for the first day of school. We need to listen to the community. We need to prioritize Richmond students. Instead of blaming Richmond families for the problems of the school district, we need to guarantee Richmond's children they'll have teachers. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Cordell Handler, and then we'll move to the online speakers.
Yeah. Oh, I think she was ahead of me. Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Dr. Moses, for joining us today. So one of the things that I've noticed in the picture, in one of the slides, number 30, how can the district and the city collaborate? One of the things that I was thinking of is like, we need affordable housing in Richmond, not only for families, but you also have teachers. We have a teacher shortage because when I was looking at the article that the district has some cuts, I was offended because we need to keep our teachers, because right now the students are like, they have concerns. It's like whenever they walk into a new classroom, it's like you can't figure out who they go to, but it's like we need to keep our teachers, because if we want the teachers to stick around, we need them, because right now, and I hate to say this, but we need education in our city. But how can the city and the district collaborate? Is like partnerships, like having like a joint meeting between the city and the district, because your constituents are very concerned about what's going to happen, why their child is absent. Think about that for a while. Think.
And that was our last in-person speaker. That was our last in-person speaker.
I'm so sorry. Maybe I put the wrong item number on it, but I did turn one in when it was still during public comment, so it was definitely early enough.
And allow her to speak. Do you want to allow her to, please?
Oh, okay.
She signed up for P1.
She signed up for
P1 and not P2.
Oh, instead of P2?
Do you want to speak under P1?
I wanted to speak under P2. I just made a
Okay.
mistake.
All right.
Okay, so I'll allow you.
Thank you so much.
Gabby?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if I prepared a document that shows the reality of our salary and compensation as compared to the other districts. The district showed, because last year many of them got raises and even pretty significant raises. We were told there was no money due to the structural deficit, so our members did not get a raise this year. So actually that puts us at 8th in highest salary, 7th in average, and due to the higher salaries this year, I'm sure we'll be even lower in average salary by the time this year's unaudited actuals come out. I also on the back went through some of the slides just to notice some things. Dr. Moses did talk about how we've had a 9.5% decline in students since 1920. In that same time, we've had a 9.3% decline in educators. So those actually kind of match up. On slide 16, when she talks about restricted funds, I do want to point out that 1/3 of our certificated salaries last year did come from restricted funds. It was 60 million out of 178 million. Although positions are required to be covered by a sub or overtime, many are not right now. For example, our coaches that are included in calculations do not have subs. WCCOSD also had the option for 10 million more in revenue, 5 more for a math curriculum adoption, and 5 for additional counselors at our highest need schools like Kennedy, Verde, Stige. But the superintendent rejected them and said we do not need the money. For slide 18, the Learning Block Emergency Recovery Grant has some of the largest amount of money in the restricted, and I included language from the Ed Code section where it can be used to decrease or stabilize staff to pupil ratios and based on pupil learning needs. For slide 22, class size in our 6 to 8 is actually 35, not 30. It's 36 for non-core subjects, and 193 of our educators took above class size maximums last year and 215 this year. And many of the districts now provide 100% employer-paid healthcare. Thank you so much.
Okay, and that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers, and we have 3 speakers.
The speakers are Jesse Turan, Francisco Ortiz, and LaShonda. Jesse Turan, you may begin. You will each be given 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, I'm Jessie Turan, and I am an unhoused resident of Richmond. Now, I understand that with the teacher salaries that you're working with a very limited budget. I get that. And I also get that it's scary with the federal government budget cuts. You're going to have even less money probably in the near future. However, there's things Richmond could do for these teachers, like the other speaker said, housing, for instance. Again, I'm an advocate for the homeless. I'm an advocate for more housing development. But for people middle income, like teachers, the development of tiny home communities, specifically for educators, specifically for people who are invested in our community, would be a huge deal. Right now, even a teacher's salary, it's going to be very, very hard for them to find a place to live in Richmond. Of course, we don't have educators. We need to, there are ways that the city could make it easier for educators to be here, for people to invest in our community. And you're going to have students who are invested when you have teachers who are invested. There's also things like possibly internships for high school or college students to allow them to teach. I know I have a master's degree in philosophy. I'm disabled. I can't work full time, but I would love to be able to teach kids part time if there was a way for me to do that. But I'm stuck, in my bus because I can't leave my bus because I'm worried about it getting towed away. If I had a safe parking place, I could invest in the community. A lot of these problems stem from housing issues, stem from the city of Richmond refusing to support people who don't make a lot of money. And that needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Francisco Ortiz.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor Martinez. My name is Francisco Ortiz. I'm a homegrown teacher from Richmond, teaching at Ford Elementary for the past 11 years and serving as president for United Teachers of Richmond. I thank Superintendent Moses for coming and presenting you all with their perspective on the budget. However, something that weren't shared in today's budget presentation, which has many data points from previous years, but just from this year alone, the district has admitted to under projected revenue by $18 million so far, which is a conservative estimate, and the district is going to approve a resolution to the board tomorrow stating that there is a structural deficit for this year for $18.5 million. It's pretty interesting that those two figures align up quite closely. They're also saying that bargaining unit salaries increased by $8 million this year. However, there is no STRS data to support this claim. And as was mentioned earlier, teachers did not receive a salary increase this year. And the fact that those bonuses that were agreed to last year were not included into the budget is also cause for concern. Fund 17 is at 37 million in the unaudited actuals. And in the second interim report, that budget actually increased 800,000 than what was actually budgeted in the adopted budget. One other thing that was not mentioned in today's presentation was that the budget projections for contracting services was up 41 million from the adopted budget. And, those types of concerns should also be communicated to folks as, some of these budget presentations and conversations are showing to serve a austerity narrative that
Thank you. Your
harms
time
our
has
students.
expired. That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Now it's time for comments from council. Do we have any? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Moses, for that amazing presentation and your dedication and commitment to the families and our youth. I have three quick questions. Given that Richmond students make up about 44%, you said, of the district, of the highest absenteeism in the district, how are we using that data to inform targeted investments for those students? And is there a threshold where that absenteeism is triggered?
Do you want me to answer one at a time?
However you see fit.
Okay, so thank you for the question. When we look at the issue of absenteeism across our district, our strategy is multi-pronged. One of the things that we're doing is partnering with the RISE Center and holding SARB meetings with families that are truant or issues with chronic absenteeism. The purpose of including RISE in those meetings is to bring on more wraparound support for our families. We have a Department of Positive School Climate. The Department of Positive School Climate is leading the effort. We're also including every school has its own individual plan of how it's dealing with attendance, but those are managed in that department, and that department provides the support. And we also have several social workers that are identified to help families once we realize what their needs are. There was a comprehensive study of the root causes of what's happening with the attendance in our area, and I can't name the strategic points in this moment, but I can, if you would like for me to share the information with you after this presentation, because our Department of Positive School Climate has put together a plan to address the issues across the system.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned the root cause analysis, and that was my next question. What is coming up most for families and young people that's keeping our students out of the classroom?
Again, because I don't have the report in front of me, I can't. I do remember that one of the issues was transportation.
Transportation.
And one of the things that I do know in the last presentation to the board, in fact, tomorrow night, there is going to be a presentation at our school board meeting about absenteeism in attendance, and that presentation will also share the strategies that you're asking about in this moment. I know that in the last presentation and the data that I received from the last Systems Collaborative meeting from LaShante Smith, who's our director of that department. She did make special mention of the Richmond Moves program and the support that that program is providing for families who identify that transportation is an issue for them.
That's amazing.
So, yeah, they're looking for remedies to share with families and support to provide to families, and that comprehensive presentation tomorrow should lend more information. It's actually posted to the website already.
Thank you so much. And lastly, just in the presentation, I don't know if on that sheet where things were really shrinking, I don't know if we talked about the CTE programs, but I had an opportunity to tour the multimedia and journalism program at Kennedy yesterday and to learn about the amazing work that they're doing there. And I'm wondering, are programs like that at risk of being cut, or will they be preserved?
No, well, those actually go above and beyond our base. And the way in which we fund CTE is that there are a lot of grant funds that the state makes available in order to shore up those programs. Our team in College and Career is looking for those. We're renewing grants we currently have, and we're seeking opportunities for new grants. But those grants come with a required match from our district, and we're actually investing quite a bit of our LCAP dollars, which are dollars to support students who have supplemental needs. So we have a robust investment in making sure that that program grows, but we also rely heavily on those restricted funds to support the growth, and we're hopeful that those funds are going to continue, and so far the indication from the state is that they will.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Moses.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moses. Excellent presentation. I'm glad you presented a clear picture with all the issues and problems that the school district has versus a rosy picture that everything's okay. It's good to have a realistic view of things. And I just wanted to acknowledge Leslie Reckler, the president of the Board of Trustees, here with us. Thank you. I've had the privilege, actually, of visiting De Anza High School, which is in my district, as a community school, and I'm very glad to report that they're doing an excellent job in teaching dating matters to prevent gender-based violence, that start teaching early, and I hope with your collaboration, the school district collaboration, we can expand it to other schools. That's an awesome program. I have some questions for you. The frequent question that comes up from my community is access to school playgrounds, school sports facilities, theater, everything. As you're aware, residents pay a special tax for that access, MRAD, but we've never seen that access, especially in my district where it's an art desert. We don't have enough parks because we're surrounded by East Bay Regional Parks, and somehow the quota shows that, you know, the acreage of green area per residence is above average, but we don't have access to them as parks. So access to playgrounds are very important. And I wonder what we can do to remedy this.
Yes, thank you for the question. I also want to recognize our trustee Smith-Folds is also here from our
sorry, I didn't
Contra
see
Costa Board
with
of
your
Education,
face
and I
mask.
appreciate
My
the
apology.
support of both of them. We are absolutely appreciative of the funds that are generated by MRAD, and we hear the community loud and clear. They'd like longer access to parks that are connected to schools. We have tried to work on a solution that both meets the needs for security for our spaces and opening the spaces for our families and community members. We have given a directive that schools that have playgrounds and parks, those gates shall be open until dusk so that there is access for students to go in and be able to utilize the equipment. If there are areas in which that is not happening, I think we should encourage the community members to let us know. Sometimes it's as simple as reminding the custodian, do not lock the gate until dusk. So I think that we need to understand what's happening in the areas in order to address them, to ensure that there is access to those areas for our community members. I also want to name that for facilities use permits, we have wonderful spaces and we do make them available for the community, but there is a process to that, and we try really hard to ensure that the information is easily accessible online, but we do find that in some areas, for example, soccer fields are extremely popular, and they're popular in specific areas, and so sometimes we do have more requests than availability, but we work really hard to stick to our protocols and the procedures that are set forth for making those rental reservations, and so I do know that that is happening and that we are working really hard to be responsive to the needs of our sports teams and our youth, the ability of our youth to use those facilities.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you about what email address the parents and residents need to report lack of access to school playgrounds, because that is very important. You talked about chronic absenteeism, and how is it defined to be chronically absent?
Yes. I believe that you begin to trigger truancy letters if you have 3 unexcused absences. The formula I don't have committed to memory, but it has to do also with how many absences are excused, how many are unexcused. But as a former principal, I do know that the trigger number was 10. If you miss more than 10 days of school across the school year, that's considered chronically absent.
So 10 days out of a school year would result in such a drop of the school budget?
Well, the reality is it's the rate of absenteeism, because it's not one individual student that's triggering this. It's the cumulative data of how many students are in the seats each day. So we're having too many students that are out frequently, raising that average of of empty seats per day. So it isn't, for the chronic absenteeism, it's like a root cause analysis. We're trying to identify those students who are missing the most school in order to address their issues to get them back. But the average daily attendance issue is a little different because that rate does not necessarily correlate to the 44% of absenteeism. We're missing about 10% each day of our students. We're not missing 40% each day. Does that make sense?
Thank you. And in one of the charts you showed, the expenses has increased substantially. Why? What justifies that expense increase?
Well, I don't have a comprehensive list in front of me, but I'll give an example. We have a step and column increase each year, so it automatically, even before we are looking at, we got an increase of COLA last year, and if I'm remembering correctly, it was about 2.03%, but this is memory. And our step and column increase equates to about 1.5% of our budget. So the entire COLA was eaten up by salary increases, but at the same time, we had increases in the rates of benefits. There were increases in the cost of goods and supplies. There were increases in the cost of services that we have to provide. For example, I heard somebody tonight talk about PG&E. Well, we're getting those PG&E increases as well. So the cost, when I say the cost of business is going up, it is the rate of the increase in what's happening across our economy. Schools are not exempt from that. So we have to adjust our budget in order to make sure that we're accounting for those increases as they come.
Thank you. And I understand that charter schools withdraw the budget from public schools. Why do you think this is the case? Why parents choose charter schools? Why public schools cannot compete with them?
Well, if we look deeper at the charter school data that was provided tonight, what we see is that charters are holding steady while districts are declining. So they aren't necessarily increasing in large numbers, but they are, their numbers are holding steady while ours are declining. I think we have a large system where we have 55 schools and about 25,000 students and 3,000 staff members, and that's a very different system from if you have a charter school with 12 classrooms and, you know, a very small system. I think that charter schools in some ways may be appealing because it's private, it feels privatized because it's a very small system. I've heard from some families that they feel like they're getting a more personalized service. And what we're doing as a district to counter that is while we do have 55 schools, we do believe that each one of those 55 schools can provide that same level of personalized service. However, when our parents look at our system, they see 55 schools and 25,000 students. They're not necessarily focusing on just their one school. I think that's one of our issues. When you look at the data, the achievement data, the data that you see at charter schools is not very different from the data that you see in the public schools. It isn't that they are achieving success rates at much higher levels. I'd have to go school by school, but thinking of the majority of what I've seen in terms of data, I attribute it to just a belief that their system might better serve the families, but not necessarily that being the result of what families experience. And as a result, we have a lot of families that come back to us from charter. So I believe that there may be a system of some going in and then some coming out, and there's just this revolving door. We do find that when parents return to us from charters, they are very satisfied and they have a comparative experience, and they recognize that we have great things to offer in our district as well.
Thank you. So you presented the number of students per teacher. Is it going to be affected by the recent layoffs?
No. So the majority of structure, the way in which our schools are structured is almost entirely driven by our negotiated agreements. We must provide a teacher for the class sizes that have been negotiated with our labor unit. There's no scenario in which we don't do that because we have to abide by the contract. So the number of teachers that we need are actually dictated by that contract. And the class sizes are actually dictated by that contract. So I would say that's a shared responsibility in how we staff our schools because it's driven through the negotiations process.
And do you have any data on the number or percentage of substitutes you use instead of permanent teachers? Because it was mentioned that there are classes that don't have a teacher to welcome the students.
That is a great question. I don't have the data available in this moment, but I can say that we've really been employing some mitigation strategies to ensure that the substitutes that we do require to fill vacancies are quality substitutes. can request the information from our Human Resources Department, but I know this year in particular, we've had an increase in retirees that are filling those vacancies. The problem is retirees, they have an expiration because they can't work a full year due to their retirement status. So those are the kind of things that interfere with us being able to keep, especially in the case of a vacancy that's difficult to fill, in order to keep a consistent person for the entire year. There are restraints and that we have to work around. So I don't have those numbers for you. I can tell you that we have improved immensely, but there are some schools that are difficult to staff, and the schools that are difficult to staff are where we need to really focus our efforts in on doing better. But the reality is when we hire teachers, they have a choice of which school they choose. And per contract, if we have vacancies and we have available teachers, they get to pick from the vacancies. And if I were to be completely honest with you, our new hires and our current teachers are not choosing to go to those schools. And that is something that we're examining to try and figure out how we can address the, not just the climate and culture at those schools and the support of our teachers, but also how we bring people into our system and keep them into the system so that we can build stability at those schools that have a lot of vacancies and teachers that are coming in and out. It's just like every other issue. It's going to take a collaborative effort and really everybody focusing on what's best for kids in order to get to a solution where we can improve in that area.
Thank you. And I have a question out of curiosity. Under the new administration, there are talks about closing the Department of Education, which plays a very important role in a school. Are there any talks about giving the budget to the states directly, or what do you think may happen?
In this moment, there's just a lot of speculation. There's not a lot of direction or clear explanation of what next steps are. So unfortunately, I can't answer that. What I can say is that our state, the state of California, the Department of Education is extremely invested, and they're communicating extremely well on what they're doing to try and ensure that we can retain those funds and serve our students well and not have an interruption.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
Hi, Dr. Moses. I want to start by giving you really a sincere thanks for coming and talking to us today. And I want to I'm going to ask you some pointed questions, but I want to let you know that I know nobody agrees to be the interim superintendent of Richmond Public Schools because they don't care about Richmond students. And so this is coming from a place of wanting to understand better and see if some kind of common ground can be found. And somebody had raised during comments of that it's terrible that one governing body is asking another governing body questions, but I think this kind of interagency dialogue is actually valuable. And if you want to invite someone from the Richmond City Council to come to the school board meeting and talk about our expenditures on kids and stuff, I would actually welcome that. I hope that I don't want to put you on the hot seat and not have us be part of that conversation. Okay. So my first question is, I actually don't know the answer. I've heard different numbers, but how many, I guess are you calling them layoff notices, or it's sort of like a decision not to rehire a teacher year to year? So how many currently employed teachers are not going to be employed in the fall?
I really appreciate that question. So we follow a process that is actually dictated through education code as we try and ensure that our staffing is aligned with our needs. So we're required to issue preliminary notices of potential reduction in force. What has happened in this moment is that our business team, our human resources team, and our school board has assessed the need, and we anticipate that some reductions may be necessary, not only for fiscal solvency, but also in the case of expiring restricted funds. So notices that have been listed fall under those two categories. What staff members have gotten is a letter saying, look, we're not sure if this position is coming back. We want to let you know, but we're assessing, and we encourage you to look for other opportunities in our district should this position not return. However, there won't be any layoff notices or pink slip notices issued until May 14th. So nobody has been laid off. But people have been noticed that due to reductions and due to expiring grants, there may be some shifts. Our Human Resources Department is working really diligently right now in order to examine all of those scenarios. And what I was told just today is that if there are true layoffs needed, at most, it would be no more than 3 teachers. And in the case of our classified staff that are impacted by a potential reduction in force, we have many vacancies that we feel like if there is someone impacted, as we approach this May 15th deadline, we absolutely have positions to offer them. The issue is we need time to examine whether grants are going to be renewed. If grants are renewed, those positions come back. If grants aren't renewed, we try and find additional resources, restricted resources, to keep supplemental positions. But what we're faced with right now is about, and I'm going to give you a round number, we had proposed, I'm not going to give you a number because I don't want to name a number that isn't accurate, but based upon what we proposed for fiscal reductions, we don't believe that we believe that people are going to find other spaces in the organization. So I understand the uncertainty is uncomfortable, and that there is concern on the part of labor and the part of our staff members, and what we try to do as a district is reiterate that we value our staff. We want to retain our staff, but we just need some time to evaluate what's happening with these positions and their funding sources in order to find out what we can offer staff in the future.
And so, sorry to, but just I appreciate the distinction between pink slips and what you're calling sort of these potential reduction in force letters. But do you know how many potential reduction in force letters have gone out to classified and teachers?
I do not. And I could find a spreadsheet that shows that directly. But the reason why I do not know that is because our positions are listed as what we call FTE. Okay, so I could probably cite an FTE number to you, but the FTE number is not going to equate people.
Okay, what's the FTE? I'm just trying to get a sense of the scale, so the FTE number would be helpful too. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. If it's something you need to get back to us, that's.
I would be more comfortable getting back to you. Yeah, just because I don't want to inflate a number and then not be accurate.
And so I was at the board meeting that I know was tough, I'm sure, for the staff there and for the board members. But we all got a sense of what the feeling of the parents and the teachers and the kids who attended that meeting, which was very much against any sort of reduction in force. And one of the things I wanted to ask you was, do you see a relationship between teacher vacancy rate and the absenteeism problem in Richmond?
Thank you for the question. I do want to follow up by saying the action that was taken by our board at that meeting did list the final number of positions.
Right, sure, okay,
Yeah,
we can look
we
that
can
up.
look
Yeah,
at
thank
the
you. Yeah.
pre-Cs and it will list it there. I heard the comments, and I want to say I appreciate Ms. Sam Clear. I actually hired her as a brand new first-year teacher at Stage Elementary, and I appreciate her advocacy. I acknowledge that some of our schools are difficult to staff, but I do not believe, I believe that our families send their students to school to get an education because they trust us to do so. And that even if we have to place a substitute teacher in a space, that we've got someone there to provide instruction. Now, with that said, I will own the issue that sometimes it is more complicated than that. And if the vacancy cannot be filled with a long-term substitute that we're able to train to do the job, then there is an impact to students, and we're aware of that, and we're doing everything that we can to address that on a one-by-one basis. What we can't do is force members of a union to go into a site that they don't choose to go to. If there are vacancies across the district, then they can select any one of those vacancies they want to fill. Not sure if the council is aware, but in order to address the number of classrooms that did not have permanent teachers assigned, our district made the bold and difficult decision to reassign some teachers back to the classroom in January. Teachers that were on special assignment, working in departments. We actually asked that those teachers, place the needs of our students first and go back and serve our students directly in their classrooms. We were able to do that for about 19 teachers, and we had more than 19 vacancies. And in many cases, in most cases, those teachers who were reassigned did not take positions in our most difficult to fill schools. So that is an example of something we're trying in order to address this issue, but it's also an example of one of the barriers that exists as we try to place people in the schools. What we are really trying to do is ensure that schools have the support that they need in order to retain these teachers and in order to create environments where not only our teachers are willing to hone their craft, stay and support these communities, but also we're providing great support to students and families as well. An example is currently one of our schools is difficult to fill and has been historically difficult to fill. What we've done is we've realized that part of the issue is we need to provide them more support and training, and so those teachers hired at that school actually have an additional compensation for additional training in order to ensure that they have the support and they're given the help to build the skills to be successful in that school setting.
No, I have no doubt that it's multifactorial, right? Like teacher vacancies, but the thing I want to focus on, because I think this is sort of the bulk of your presentation, is sort of the relationship between the budget that the school system is laying out, and then the perception that because the budget is in crisis, that, we have to have the potential reduction in force letters, we have to be ready, at some, for a while it seemed like 75 teachers were going to be laid off, which is very obviously destabilizing for everybody. Yes. And I'll just, in a nutshell, when the teachers union came, the gist of their presentation, which is also another good presentation, was that the school district has a projection problem when it does budgeting. It tends to overestimate what the expenses are going to be. It underestimates the amount of revenue, and it opts to save more than is legally necessary, which is basically putting those things all together. It creates an artificial crisis, sort of a sense that we're going to have a shortfall, and then at the end of the year, it's like, oh, we didn't, we had a surplus. Oh, we didn't, we were able to save more than we anticipated. And, in a way, obviously everyone prefers to have a surplus than a deficit, but if in order to get there, you're doing things like reducing the number of teachers in classrooms, and that's having an effect on education. I think the phrase I've heard is today's dollars should be spent on today's students. Absolutely. And so I will just tell you, I'm not going to read the whole email because it's not, if we don't have time, and this will be my last question, but I did email, I think Lynn Mackey, who's the Contra Costa County Superintendent of Schools, sent us a presentation after the teacher's presentation, laying out some things. And I asked her, because I didn't know if you were, this wasn't set up yet. And so I said the same thing I just said to you. Mm-hmm. And she basically, not just basically, she agreed. She, I'm reading from the email. In our review of the last four, this is Lynn Mackey. Mm-hmm. If in our review of the last 4 fiscal years, 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, we noticed that the district ends each year with more revenue than initially projected when the budget was adopted. On the next question, in our review of the last 4 fiscal years, we noticed that the district's actual spending was often lower than what was budgeted, indicating a tendency to overestimate expenses. And then she admits that you're saving at a rate higher than what's necessary under law, is for the reason that it's fiscally prudent to maintain a reserve greater than the state minimum requirement of 3% to allow the district to address unforeseen expenses. And so I appreciate how much you put into the presentation you gave, but I was really looking for a slide that said, no, we're not doing that this year. But I still have the concern that your projections are so conservative that it is creating an artificial sense of urgency that isn't there.
Thank you for the question. I want to put a few things in perspective. And I'll start with the comment that our unprojected revenue was $18 million. Okay, so I did hear that in one of the comments this evening. The reality of that is 17 million of that is actually restricted grants that we were just awarded. We could not anticipate when building the budget that this money was coming. That's an example of what happens when we're building our budget. So we don't have all of the information initially, we have to project. We have to look at our level of expenditures. We have to look at what we expect to bring in, and we have to build a budget. Now, I'll go to our ending balance for last year. The restricted fund, very healthy. Many of those grants are multi-year grants, which is why you're never going to see a zero balance when we close the books on restricted funds. Much of that money is meant to last across years. I'm sure you receive grants. You receive 2-year grants, 3-year grants, 5-year grants. Well, they all show up in our budget sheet, even if we are going to take 5 years to spend them. So the restricted budget is going to show increases in revenue. And what happens when people discuss budget, they want to discuss our combined budget. We are very healthy on the restricted side. So if you put the restricted money with the unrestricted money, sure, it looks like we have money to spend. What I've been trying to do, and what I started doing as a chief business officer, is separating the two. We do not have a structural deficit on the restricted side of the house. We do have a structural deficit on the unrestricted side of the house. Combining those two creates these narratives that money is being held back. Last year, on the unrestricted side of the house, we had a balance of $7 million. I think we had projected a balance of more than $7 million. But to put that into perspective, on the unrestricted budget, $7 million is 2% of the budget. So although $7 million is a large amount of money, it's 2% of the budget. Our monthly payroll exceeds $20 million. We spend 85% of our unrestricted funds on salaries and benefits. So when I hear these narratives about we're not planning efficiently, well, I'm going to need you to separate restricted from unrestricted before entering in that conversation, because those are very different things. We're audited. We have to, when we have our unaudited actuals, we have to look at our projections based upon what we spent. And if we're less than 2%, if we're more than 2% off of what we projected, we have to send a justification to the state. So I'm giving you that information to say that this narrative that we're over-projecting and that we're padding the budget, it simply isn't true.
I know I said I wouldn't do any more questions, but the last question is, why can't you pay teachers with the restricted funds? Like, I looked at those, they look like program costs that would have teachers and classified and classified
Very
staff.
good question. I appreciate that, because I also heard the comment that we spent millions and millions of dollars of our restricted money on teacher salaries. The reality is our largest restricted program is special education. Every special education teacher lives in a restricted budget of special education. But if you pay close attention to our budget, the special education program is significantly underfunded. In fact, our contribution to the special education restricted program was over $100 million projected in our current projection. So when you look at our books, it says we're paying hundreds of special education teachers out of the restricted budget. The reality is our contribution to be able to afford those teachers comes out of the general fund. The restricted budget does not pay for a lot of teachers. In fact, I created a graphic to share with our different departments and our different labor leaders to show that the restricted budget pays for only a few teachers, and those are teachers in the area of college and career, some in the area of the arts. They are not classroom teachers. So that is another narrative that we need to really work to drill deep into to dispel that, because combining restricted and combining unrestricted does not do our budget justice. And when you make a blanket statement to say we had all these teachers, we paid all these teachers with restricted fund, that simply isn't true when you look at the amount of money we've had to contribute to get those teachers paid.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming and do this presentation. I think, like, for us it's important to know this, especially when we are hearing that there is cuts and layoffs that are going to affect the kids in Richmond, and this is or the people that we are here to protect and serve as well.
Absolutely.
So I really appreciate that. So I have a few questions. One is, how many school districts in this area, like nearby, or the ones that you put out there, had a Fund 17?
Very good question. You'd have to check district by district, but I can only speak to the district where I personally know the CBO and have had discussions about what's happening with their budget. And this is current year, because everybody's experiencing what the state calls a fiscal cliff, because everybody's restricted funds and pandemic funds have run out. So this is kind of an interesting year where I'm sorry.
So I just want, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
That's
for
okay.
the sake of, we have a really big budget item after this, and if you can be more succinct, like how many out of the ones that you presented today have a Fund 17?
Well, I can't tell you how many have a Fund 17, but I think what it would be important to look at is how many have a fund balance. It is very unusual for a district to operate in the way in which we're operating, and that's year to year, trying to match expenditures with revenues. School districts have built-in safeguards to ensure that they don't run out of money. Our built-in safeguard to ensure that we don't run out of money unexpectedly is that Fund 17. So I could do some research for you and get that information to you, but the reality is not every district has an account that they place money in. They just leave the money in their ending
And
balance.
legally, they had to have 60%, or what is the minimum?
Say it one more time.
Legally, what is the minimum and the maximum that a fund like that has to have from the budget? What is the percentage?
There is no legal minimum or maximum for a Fund 17. There is for the 3% state reserves that we must keep set aside as a result of rule, that is 3%. Best practice in the industry is actually 10% or more, depending upon how large your district is, because every district is interested in making sure that they have money to fall back on if there is an emergency.
And I had two more questions, and I leave it to other. There was a statement saying that, and I heard it not only here, but I heard it before, that the 10 million for the math curriculum, you rejected them. So can you explain why?
That actually, there has not been a rejection. I will share just a small amount of what's happening there, because the reality is that is a decision that I intend to bring to our board. We were approached by an organization and asked to apply for their grant. We did not apply for their grant. And if you haven't applied for a grant, you can't deny a grant. So the narrative that we've denied money, that's inaccurate. There's also an inaccurate, I'll just share with you that a curriculum purchase is a one-time expense. And what we try to do is match one-time expenses with restricted funds. Our district has identified one-time restricted funds that can cover the cost of the curriculum that we need to buy for math. And I will share with you that I have reached out to the organization to ask for other partnerships, not math curriculum, where we could invest the money that they'd like to direct into West Contra Costa. So I have not denied any opportunities to bring more funding in. I'm having conversations to find another way in order to partner with that organization, because the responsibility to implement a new curriculum, it cannot be privatized. It needs to be led by our district. And there, I believe, is an attempt to privatize a decision that needs to be made by our district. But by no means are we denying money. We did not apply for the grant, so we couldn't be.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, I'm saying we want that money, and I'm trying to work really hard to get that money, but the money comes with stipulations, and in this moment, I didn't feel comfortable taking that on. I'm happy to direct it to the board.
Okay, thank you. I said that I was having two questions before, but I had two questions right now, and this it will be.
Sure.
What was the budget for contracts budgeted, and then how much was the actuals?
Thank you for the question. I don't have a budget sheet in front of me, but I want to just put that question into perspective. In the unrestricted general fund, 85% of those revenues are paid to salaries and benefits. That leaves only 15% of that budget for operating services and any contracts that we might need. That is not a lot of money to spend on contracts. We have a lot of restricted contracts. And an example would be every one of our schools that has an after-school program has multiple contracts related to that after-school program. So when people say that we are heavy on contracts, the reality is the majority of those contracts are direct services to students paid with restricted one-time monies. We do not have an abundance of contracts in our unrestricted fund. In fact, because of our fiscal position, our board has directed us to find other ways to fund
It
contracts.
will be good to have like how much is budgeted and how much the actual, so we also know like what are the services of that, like that will be great. And my last question is, you mentioned about some kind of like potential partnership, and one of the things was like housing teachers. What are you planning to do with Adams School up in Arlington? Is that Adams School, like up in Arlington, because Adams, because that could be like, this is a prime real estate asset, and that could be a way for us to partner in terms of like, if it's really serious about building houses for teachers.
Thank you for the question, but that's a question you'd have to direct to our governance team. As interim superintendent, I'm not involved in those decisions about the future of our properties, but I think that if you reached out to any one of our board members, they'd be willing to answer your question.
Okay, that will be good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Robinson?
Hey. It's been a long night. Thank you for answering all these questions. Thank you for coming.
Sure.
When I heard that we have collaborative meetings, we're supposed to have collaborative meetings, but those collaborative meetings haven't happened for a couple of years. That was kind of disturbing, especially considering, the state of kind of crisis, that key partners are not meeting. So my first question is, can we get those collaborative meetings restarted, like immediately?
That is a great question, and that's a question I'd also have to discuss with the governance team. I am sure, we're always willing to collaborate. In fact, I've only been in this interim role since December, and the only collaboration I know of currently is a systems change collaborative that I do know that the city does participate in terms of a separate collaboration between the city council and the school district. I think I need to do some research on what that did look like and what we need to do to bring it back, but I am sure that's something that our board and our district will support and welcome.
Yeah. Like on that note, I'd really I have some other kinds of things. So I'm also a lifetime Richmond resident. I think you graduated in the same class as my brother at Kennedy in 89. And he went to Adams as well, and I think y'all were together the whole time. But I remember when I was at Kennedy that we were facing similar issues with achievement.
Yes, and we've been looking at the historical trends of what's happening with our achievement, and if we had the answers to that today, I think that we would all be extremely ecstatic in order to implement new things. It's something that we're working on. I think it's a combination of some of the trends in education, some of the issues with our social economic status, but most of all, I think it is supporting our schools to continue to receive the best training in order to ensure that our instruction, our Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction in our classrooms is the best that it can be. I agree. I don't actually have an answer, but I think that what I'm trying to convey is that in this role as the leader of the district, we need to move forward and find solutions. And I think that in terms of the conversations that we're having at the cabinet table, we're not confused about that, and we're trying to make that our focus, as I'm sure it has been historically, but it continues to be a problem that is difficult to resolve. And it's not just our district, it's other districts as well. It's just difficult to pinpoint exactly how we can get the quickest road to increased achievement. I just haven't seen any district do that well. It's taken time, and unfortunately, we haven't built the momentum in order to make the impact and the results for our students, but we're dedicated to continuing to work at that.
It's like, I'm sitting here listening to the stats tonight, and I'm thinking about how we have such a responsibility to the kids that are born and raised here who need an education that's going to lead to the futures that they're hoping for. And, you know, it's been 30 years since I was at Kennedy, and to see it facing the same, similar, or worse achievement is disheartening, maybe?
Absolutely.
It's like, how many years do you keep saying the same thing before people just kind of give up hope, right, in the institution? I also have questions because, you know, what I'm hearing also is that the Richmond schools in particular are the ones that are most difficult to fill, that have decreased enrollments, that have the highest absenteeism, that have the most vacancies. And so that is also disturbing to me as somebody who knows that education and schooling is one of the kind of the anchors of our community, right? Like that's how we build healthy communities. That's one of the key elements. And it's obviously, if this is what's happening, it's obviously seriously broken for many, many decades. And so I do wonder, one, can we please get those meetings started? If we've never met like that before, can we start meeting like that? Two, can we pull the stats specifically for Richmond schools so that we don't have to guess or have rumor or whatnot, but actually see, well, what is the vacancies in Richmond schools? What are the vacancies? How many classrooms, you know, kindergarten or otherwise, have a long-time sub? What is happening? You know, what is the absenteeism? What is the kind of enrollment trend year over year for these schools, and which schools of the Richmond schools are kind of known to be difficult to fill spots, places where teachers don't want to go? I feel like if we could look at that picture collectively and then kind of brainstorm on what might be possible in terms of turning that number around as a collaborative effort, then we can maybe get somewhere. Would the district be willing to do that? Is this something that we need to bring directly to the board members? How do we make this happen?
So thank you for that. It sounds like we need to do a deep dive into root causes for these issues in Richmond, which I would welcome. And I think that it's a conversation that I need to have with the governing board just on how to get this restarted. But as I said before, I think that it's valuable for both the city and the district to work together. And I think that that is something that we all want. So if I get the green light from the board, I can set those meetings up immediately. I just need to know from your city council how you'd like those structured, and you know, how your council, what your council will support in moving forward with that.
And then finally, what I didn't see in your presentation was kind of an outline of where specifically the $7 million in cuts were coming from. Is that available?
Yes, absolutely. So these are presentations that we've presented to our board. I can say that the fiscal solvency plan was presented January 27th. So if you look back, that's the date that comes up for me. But if you look back at our board agenda from that date, there's a presentation and a plan outlined, which includes an executive summary that also shares our issues and what we're trying to address, but it can be found there.
And does it also include the potential cuts that would get you to the $6 million for the next year?
It does. If you look at the fiscal solvency plan that was presented, and it was in January, I may have the date wrong, but if you look at those agendas in January, you will see a fiscal solvency plan attached to the agenda, and it's all outlined there for the 7 million and the 6 million.
Well, I don't think we're going to answer or get to the bottom of any of these issues tonight. I feel like we really need to start collaborating more. And I know my focus is Richmond. I also know that there are people, Richmond kids, who go to school in El Cerrito and in El Sobrante and other places. But I feel if we could narrow the focus, especially if it seems Richmond schools seem to be where some of the biggest problems are, that maybe we can make some headway. Because currently, whatever we're doing currently isn't working and hasn't been working for 30 years.
Yes.
So we got to try something new and different. Thank
I
you.
agree. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you and good evening. Thanks for being here. I was able to meet with the board president over the weekend, and I learned a lot. And one of the questions that I have, and trying to share this out as well, do you know when the state is going to tell you how much money they're going to be giving for the next year? And where I'm going with that question is because are we putting the chicken before the egg or whatever that is, because you're creating a budget with a little bit of unknown. So
How does that happen? Very good question. So based upon how we register our average daily attendance data, we are required to continually give updates to the state, and it's those updates that we use to make the projections for what we'll receive in the next year. However, there's a complicated formula to it because we're funded in a few different ways. We get a general allocation, which is just strictly based upon our average daily attendance, and there's an amount per student, per grade level that you get, and that's how your unrestricted general fund is amount is identified, but there's also a local control funding formula. There's an LCAP, a local control accountability plan, where we get some additional supplemental funds added to the unrestricted budget in order to support the needs of students who have specific needs. So there's so that funding source is separate, and the funding formulas for that source is separate. But I think what I'd like to home in on is that we look at the trends, we look at what we know in the moment to be true, and we have to make a determination based upon the formula set forth by the county and the state of how we estimate what we're going to get the following year. We're also required to update that amount at each interim. So if we were off a little bit by what we expected, then it shows up in the books at the interim report, and we're usually pretty spot on. There hasn't been a year that we were far off on what we expected to receive.
okay, thank you for that. And if you were to have a RIF, would you still meet the class size per the agreement? How is that going to be affected?
Thank you for that question. I would like to make sure that there's an understanding that when we have a reduction in force, it does not impact our ability to staff a classroom. We look at the number of students enrolled at each school, and we look at what the staffing ratio is. As for example, for grades kindergarten through second, we need 1 teacher for every 22 students. So we look at the enrollment and we assign 1 teacher for every 22 students. Same thing for 4th through 6th grade. We assign 1 teacher for every 30 students. So our staffing model goes by the enrollment at the school site. So when we say there's a reduction in force, we aren't losing classroom teachers because we're required to provide classroom teachers. So you're never going to see a reduction in force where we're short teachers because we're required to staff at the levels required by enrollment. So the reduction in force does not impact our ability to provide a teacher for every student in the system.
So who would, the RIFs are not teachers, they are?
Thank you for that question. So included in the educators that we're discussing in terms of the reduction in force, that includes all certificated educators, classroom teachers, specialty teachers, counselors, nurses, teachers on special assignment, special education teachers with special credentials. So when we say teachers are being reduced, we're not talking about classroom teachers unless we're adjusting for enrollment. Now, if enrollment goes down and you need less teachers, yes, there's a reduction, but there's not a reduction because of the budget. There's a reduction because of the need. So the reductions that are happening, the reduction in force letters that we're hearing about are not teachers that we need to staff our classrooms. They are teachers on other assignments to provide other services, or they're teachers that have been reduced because enrollment went down.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification there. Are you able to share a little bit more about why the schools that are difficult to fill, and what do you see as something that could be done? Is it increasing teacher pay in those schools? Is it incentivizing them differently? What can we do for those there?
I think that addressing the needs of a specific school site does require a collaborative effort in order to understand the needs of the community. I think that our district is extremely large and our needs vary school by school. So I can't prescribe a set of strategies that I think will work for every school. I think we need to do what we've been striving to do all this time, is identify root causes and address them. The issues with our schools that are difficult to take off is that you have to have consistent staffing in order to ensure that your momentum continues. So I think that I absolutely agree that it is a goal to work on our compensation package because we need teachers that will stay. But as a former principal of Steege Elementary School, which is one of the schools that's difficult to staff, I will tell you that after having served at that school for 4 years, staff that I recruited after 3 years would say, "Oh, I'm going to go teach in El Cerrito now." So teachers, you hire them for one school, but they can move around as much as they want, and there's a perception that other sites are easier. So there really has to be a dedication where teachers will stay. They have to be tethered to the community and stay in that space to serve that community in order to build a momentum and a strong program that you can be consistent with year over year.
Thank you. I would like to learn a little bit more, but maybe we'll take that offline because see if there's anything that we can do to help. I went to Richmond schools as well. It was Helms, Richmond High, and Richmond High, I'm pretty sure is on the list of not very easy. So what can we do to make sure that we incentivize? I had wonderful teachers, hence why I'm here, and I see some of them around all the time. Question on slide 11. Can you share a little bit about what happened in fiscal year 2019? It has you have some fund transfers in there. COVID happened in 2020, so that's understandable that you had the fund 17 transfers in.
Yeah,
looks like a very large amount, but what happened in 2019?
Sorry. Thank you for that question. So the reality is, just before the COVID pandemic struck, our CBO at the time, which was Dr. Tony Wold, had already began to let school sites, administrators, and central office staff know that we were in a fiscal crisis and we would have to make reductions because we did not have enough revenue to meet our expenditures. What happened in that year is we simply ran out of money. And we were we were positioned to need to make extremely deep cuts in that year in order to stay fiscally solvent and retain local control. If you notice, one of the things I placed in our packet is our lack of going concern letter that was issued, I believe, in 2022, and it outlines pretty effectively the issues that our district has historically had with overspending the revenue. And that hasn't been on purpose, but it's been because of obligations that our district has entered into that actually ended up being larger than expected. I'll leave it at that. But the reality is, if COVID had not happened and we got over $100 million in COVID pandemic relief money over 4 years. That allowed us for some padding to rebuild up Fund 17 in that following year and to slowly address our structural deficit. What didn't happen when we got those additional funds are reductions. And because reductions weren't made, we really didn't need to reduce. We had an influx of restricted money that was actually liberally spent. But now we don't have that money, and reductions are required, not just for us, but if you're, any given night on the news, you see a school district that's needing to close schools or lay off teachers. It's happening across the state because everybody is had gotten accustomed to that extra padding provided by the pandemic funding, and it is gone.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
In regards to the contracts that you mentioned, can you share more about what kind of contracts these are? Are they nonprofits? I know they're serving the kids, but what are these contracts?
Absolutely. So one of our largest vendors is BACR, Bay Area Community Resources. And we have many contracts with this organization, but the majority, if not all of them, I can't say that it's all, but I would say the majority is restricted funding, and they provide services for after-school program in Richmond. They provide services for counseling. They provide services across our health centers. They provide services to support with recess. So all of these services are supplemental in addition to our base. And we're able to use restricted dollars to bring in that contractor in order to provide those services. The reality is if we did not use a contract, it's very likely that we would not be able to attract enough staff to provide the services of after school. If we didn't have those contracts, it's very possible that we couldn't afford to pay all those people because contracts come at a discounted rate. Usually there are additional philanthropic organizations that support with those contracts as well. So those are the types of services that we are mostly seeing in our contracts. The other part is what's coupled into this budget is our individual site budgets as well. Every school has a budget that it uses to provide services that they select as a school. Well, any of the contracts that those schools enter into show in our bottom line as if it's the central office creating these contracts, but it isn't, it's the school sites. So there are different levels of contracting and there are different areas in which contracts come in. But all of them are usually direct student services. We also have contracts for professional development, but those, we have an educator effectiveness fund. We have restricted funds to pay for professional development contracts as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Has there, excuse me, has there been a conversation to potentially talk to our state superintendent of public instruction, Tony Thurman, to see if we can figure out, because it sounds like the calculation is working against us. We have an issue of truancy, and then we're getting less money, so we potentially will have fewer teachers, and we have fewer teachers, we have more truancy. Is there a way to look at the number that we should be servicing instead of those that are actually showing up, and then putting that money to try to recapture some of the students to come back to school?
Yeah, I would always advocate for an opportunity to ask for more funding for schools. The reality is the way in which schools are funded is dependent upon the Prop 98 guarantee. It's very much driven by legislation and not so much by an individual decision. However, the restricted funds that I'm speaking of, many of them come out of the state legislature in the form of bills to support different areas of education. So I think lobbying for additional funds for schools is a great thing to do because it's not just West Contra Costa that has this funding issue. It's a statewide issue, and the state is aware of it. And I think that if we voice our opinions and continue to push for better funding in the future, that eventually it can happen. But that's above my pay grade, but that's my recommendation. We should always try.
Well, thank you. Maybe we can team up on that and try to work on that together. Thank you. You also mentioned the community safety and school traffic safety in one of your slides. Is that something that is around the schools that maybe we can help with? So now I'm going to talk about sort of partnership. How do we move towards more partnership as well? Can we put more crosswalks? Could we put more signage?
Absolutely, all of the above. One of the areas in which we, especially in our elementary schools, we worry about the safety of students walking to and from school, and that's just low-hanging fruit on something that the city and the district can work together with, since, you know, you have the safety issues that you address with our city streets. So that's an idea that came to mind when I was principal at Wilson Elementary, which is now Obama. We had wonderful traffic guards that helped students get across Barrett Avenue. We don't have that anymore. So those are the kind of areas in which I think we can look at some of the safety issues that might be impacting our students and work together to address those. We also have, you know, what comes with a tight budget is some unfunded projects. And some of those unfunded projects can really make a difference for the success of our students and the growth of our program. So we could also talk about individual projects as well.
Perfect. We'll have to see if maybe you have a list. We can try to check them off little by little, crosswalks, anything infrastructure that the city might already be working on. And maybe we can look to prioritize the ones around the schools first so that we can partner there. In regards to the teacher housing, I know the district has a lot of vacant properties. Have you started looking at those to either sell them off to try to get some revenue, but also to build?
So at tomorrow's board meeting, we are presenting the resolution at our school board meeting in support of workforce housing and the assembly bill that's being brought forth by Representative Arreguin. And so we are absolutely doing our part to support the future of workforce housing, and West Contra Costa is really ensuring that not only the state but the community knows that we're invested in exploring that and moving it forward.
Perfect, thank you. And then I think my last one's here, transportation. You also mentioned transportation being an issue. Can you define that a little bit more? Do you need school buses? Is it cars? What do the kids and the families need to get to and from school? How can we help resolve that?
Yeah, I think that's something we can explore together, because I think that that is going to vary by community. Some communities have, they're close enough where students can walk to school, which is why the safety is so important. But there are other communities where the school is far from the boundary lines. And I think those areas are areas in which we need to examine how we can support. But I don't have an answer for that this evening. I think it's something we need to collect data on and have conversation.
Okay. Let us know if there's anything we can help out with that as well. We have Richmond Moves, which is might not be a 100% solution, but it might be something a little bit that might be able to help out. And no other questions for now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
One last comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I forgot to mention two things. One, my husband was a teacher at Richmond High. Two, I'm currently the liaison to the school district. So any suggestions, please let me know. And this is this invitation for you for a presentation is because I just wanted to get a glimpse of how things are. As I understand, meetings are bi-monthly. The next meeting is on April 30th. It's on Zoom, and I assume it's public, so I'll post the link on social media for people who are interested to attend. I just was appointed by the mayor to this position. I missed the last meeting because I was notified a bit too late. But I'm very excited and looking forward to the collaboration. I took notes of some of the issues you mentioned, some of the suggestions my colleague brought up, and I'm very excited about it. And thank you very much again for accepting the invitation. Excellent presentation. I'm very happy and very excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hey, so I had, while we were listening to comments, I did have an opportunity to look up what the actual cuts were, and just have some questions about this. So it looks like from the agenda, it looks like that of the 7,219,000, 6,635,000 are coming from staffing, and of that staffing, 26 positions were suggested for reductions from the United Teachers of Richmond. So those are all teaching positions? They're not all teaching positions?
No, so if we take a look, I'm looking for my document here so that I can be specific with you as well. Are you looking at the document or just the diagram?
I'm looking at the document. I'm looking at the presentation that was posted with the agenda item. And it outlines different places. This is that, there's cuts, $1 million in cuts from secondary schools, $1 million in cuts from college and career, 500,000 from independent studies, 500,000 from special education, 700,000 for special education services, with that 5 teachers indicated there. So I guess I'm just trying to understand. This sounds like 26 United Teachers of Richmond positions, and then the other types of positions were far less, like less than, almost double the reductions are from the United Teachers, and the rest are from administrative positions. So of the 43 cuts, 26 are United Teachers of Richmond,
Yes.
and the rest are administrative.
Yes, so if we look at, and I'm looking for the reduction list that we approved at the February meeting, because the reduction list actually lists the positions. So what you're looking at is just impact to unit. But as I explained earlier, in that unit are counselors, nurses, several different positions, not just classroom teachers.
So we cut counselors,
Excuse me,
nurses.
your time is up. I'll let you finish this question, and then we'll have to move on.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess my concern, again, is it looks like the deep cuts are coming from direct services to children.
Well, so I think we need to go through that line by line, because as explained before, the fiscal solvency plan is also, we're able to align based upon our current needs. So for example, I believe there was a 1.0 counselor on there. Well, that's because there's a reduction in the enrollment in high school. So the numbers are going down, so the need for counselor is going down as well. So we have to, and I'm willing to do this with you, and I can send you a summary after the meeting, line by line, why those positions were selected for reductions. It isn't that we're attempting to reduce services, it's that we're attempting to align services. There were 7.5 classroom teachers in that, but those classroom teachers were tied to special schedules. They were in excess of the 35-to-1 ratio of how we staff our schools. So I think we need to go line by line so that you understand not just what's
Do
being
you ever
recommended.
worry that this is just a race to the bottom? Like you're just going to keep cutting until there's nothing left?
Excuse me? I appreciate your line of questioning, but you have used your time.
That's fine.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
happy to follow up.
Is there anyone else who wants to? No? Then we're finished. Thank you so much. But I think the line of questioning that Councilmember Robinson was making is a very good one, and I think it's one that needs to be pursued. So I hope that you do find the time to go line by line with it, so that and then share the information so that the rest of us can be informed. So thank you.
Absolutely happy to do it. Thank you.
Next item.
Our next item is item P1.
Mr. Mayor, I have to excuse myself because my husband may need to be taken to emergency room, and we have a flight tomorrow. He has I think, broken leg, but because I was hosting this.
Yes, sorry to hear that.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say for my own item. Thank you so much.
Item P1 is to receive a presentation from IFPTE Local 21 and direct staff to work with IFPTE Local 21 researcher and the sponsors of this item to bring a detailed analysis of the following issues and bring it back to council within 45 days. And the sponsors of this item are Councilmember Claudia Jimenez, Dory Robinson, and Sue Wilson. Within 45 days, staff should potentially early amortization of unfunded liabilities for the city's 2 CalPERS retirement plans using Chevron settlement funds, potentially early amortization of the city's OPEB unfunded liability using Chevron settlement fund, and possible use of bond financing for early amortization. The City Council's ability to redirect the funds in the city's operating budget currently used for unfunded liabilities to support a broad range of expenditures, including ongoing expenses like additional staffing and expenditures that make Richmond less dependent on the fossil fuel industry as a revenue source, just transition. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand. At this time, we do have in-person speakers.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to say that we had been discussing ways and kind of like ideas for how to address first the unfunded liabilities, but also how with this settlement we can also have the potential to save money or make more money. As you know, like money makes more money if you have it. So let's trying to find ways. So we have been discussing this as one of the strategies. And thank you, Kristen, who is now on Zoom. So she's going to have a presentation, and then after that we can have some discussions, Q&A for this proposal. Thank you. Kristen is in.
Kristen Schumacher.
Kristen, yeah.
Is she on?
Yes, and I think I've been able to unmute myself. Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And KCRT, can you pull the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be quick because I think the idea of this presentation was just to give sort of a preliminary analysis, and the whole idea behind this item is to do further research with your staff and with your financial advisors on this concept. But I guess first to just introduce myself to folks who don't know me, I'm Kristen Schumacher Nascimento. I'm the lead researcher with IFPT Local 21. Just to give you a little more information about my background, I do budget research for our union in the city of Richmond, but also all around the Bay Area. We represent about 150 employees in the city of Richmond, but then also 12,000 public sector workers around the entire Bay Area. And so I lead the budget research program for our union across many different public agencies, cities, counties, special districts, and school districts. So if you want to pull up the slide deck again, I can kind of lead us through those. Thank you. Next slide. So according to the most recent reports that are available on your CalPERS pension are from 2023. And so I've based a lot of the data in these presentations on those reports. But I'm focusing on the pension here. The agenda item does reference both the pension and retiree medical. The pension is the largest source of debt that you have in the city. And I think, as Councilmember Jimenez mentioned, the overall concept here is that you all are going to have a lot of additional revenues coming into the general fund for the next 10 years from the tax settlement with Chevron. And we've heard a lot of interest in, are there ways to make this permanent and to create permanent ongoing savings for the city that would reduce your reliance on Chevron in the future and help get the city to a place where you have ongoing permanent savings and you're not sort of reliant on getting another tax settlement deal in 10 years from now, or if the refinery is no longer there, you're no longer as reliant on Chevron. So one of the ways to do that is to pay down debt. When you have short-term infusions of money coming in, you can use that to pay down some of your long-term debt. CalPERS is the biggest source of debt in the city. So this chart on the left is showing you your unfunded liability payments on your current payment schedule for the next 20 years for both the miscellaneous and the safety CalPERS plans. And on average, those payments are going to be about $32.6 million a year over the next 20 years. They're also somewhat volatile. As you can see in the beginning, they are going to go up substantially over the next few years. And the current value of your unfunded liabilities is actually $392 million. But because you're paying them off over a very long time period, you are going to pay a substantial amount of interest on those unfunded liabilities. So your actual payments will be $652 million over the next 20 years. At about $260 million of that will be interest on these unfunded liabilities. And over 90% of those payments are going to come from your general fund. Next slide, please. So CalPERS, when they provide these reports estimating your future payments, they always provide alternate payment schedules in case an agency would like to make payments on a quicker timescale so that they have less in interest costs. And that 2023 report does provide an example of a 10-year payment schedule for both plans. And according to CalPERS, it would cost about $535 million to pay off all of your unfunded liabilities in 10 years instead of 20. So you would be getting, if you were to do that, if you were to pay them off in 10 years, you would save about $117 million in interest. And that 535 million is just slightly less than what you are about to have come into the general fund from the Chevron tax settlement over the next 10 years. And so if you were to do this, so you, in theory, have enough money coming in over the next few years to fully pay off these unfunded liabilities early. And once you get, if you were to do this, you would pay them off by 2035. And then from that point forward, you would no longer have to budget these expenses in your payroll. So unfunded liabilities are currently budgeted across your payroll. That chunk of money would essentially be taken out. You would have an ongoing long-term savings that would exist beyond the tax settlement with Chevron. Next slide, please. So, of course, one of the questions that I've gotten about this, which I think is very understandable, is would there still be, if the city was to do this, would there still be funds available immediately for more immediate needs of the community? And I think the answer is yes. There definitely would be. There would still be about $30 million available this coming budget year if you were to do an early payment. And then plus you would have these ongoing long-term savings. But I think there is a question of how you would do this in terms of your budget, and there's a couple different options. But I think these are the types of things that you could study and think about further. But just to give one example, so the unfunded liabilities are currently in your payroll. You currently budget a certain amount for them. You could, in theory, just keep budgeting that in your payroll and then use these tax settlement funds that are coming into the general fund for the next 10 years to supplement that so that you're paying off these unfunded liabilities in 10 years instead of 20. And it would just be like a supplemental amount added on top using those new revenues that are coming in. And you would still have some chunk of funds available. So in this chart here, the pinkish orangish color is your unfunded liability payments for the next 10 years as CalPERS is currently projecting them. The green is the supplemental amount that you would need to do the 10-year payment schedule instead of 20. So that's kind of the chunk of new revenue that you'd be setting aside as a supplement to what you currently budget. And then the blue would be remaining available funds. And the blue bars in those first 10 years, that would be remaining tax settlement funds in the general fund. But then starting in 2035, you would still have new money available to allocate because you'd have the payroll savings. That would start in that year because you've fully paid off the unfunded liabilities. You can take that out of payroll. Next slide, please. So that is one way to look at it. The thing about that kind of option A that I was just showing is those amounts were different year to year. Another way to look at this is if you average those out, on average, you'd have $32.6 million, about $33 million in savings over the next 20 years by doing this. So another way that I think is just kind of easier to think about from a budgeting perspective is that you're going to have these short-term revenues coming into the general fund for the next 10 years, the Chevron settlement funds. And so that is the light blue bar on the top of this graph. And you could just commit those funds in your budget to paying off your unfunded liabilities for CalPERS. And then the dark blue line, that is the amount that you, if you stay on your current payment plan, that's the amount that you would have to budget towards CalPERS unfunded liabilities over the next 20 years. And that would be in your payroll budget. You could essentially just take that out and immediately reduce your payroll. And if you were to do that, you would reduce your payroll by about $33 million. And then that is about the average savings that you're going to get over the next 20 years. And so you could kind of just treat that $33 million Like it's going to be a reliable source of funding that is available for the next 20 years and can be committed to longer term expenditures, things like staff, longer term infrastructure projects. I know we've heard a lot about the need to fund deferred maintenance on infrastructure. And so this would create an ongoing and consistent budget savings that you could treat as available right now, and that is not going to go away after 10 years. So I know that that's kind of, it's a wonky idea and a lot of information, but I think the goal here is just to study these options and figure out a way to create ongoing permanent funds now, and to figure out strategies to do that. So next slide. So things that kind of areas for further research about this idea, I think that's the overall concept. But you would have to go, if you are interested in doing this, you would probably have to go to CalPERS and ask them, what would a payment schedule look like if it just matched the amount of the timing of Chevron funds and the amount of Chevron funds that you will have in the general fund over the next 10 years. You could also explore the idea of using a bond to do this to get even more interest savings. I think there's a lot of different components of that. You'd have to make sure that the debt service costs are worth it and that this financially makes sense, but it's something you could certainly study to see if it does make sense. And then also all estimates are based on the 2023 CalPERS reports. Those are the reports that set your required contributions for this current fiscal year and next fiscal year. But there might be new, more recent available information from CalPERS. So I think it's worth it making sure that you have the most recent information available. But that's it for my slides. So
Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your presentation?
it is. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, we'll go to public comment.
Okay, we have 4 public speakers. Cordell Handler is our first speaker. You'll have 2 minutes.
What's this? So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. I do want to thank the sponsors for this item, and because I was thinking about the presentation, I was thinking that this amount of money that we got from Chevron, it can do a lot of good. You know, like additional staffing, infrastructure, all those things. So I do like the whole concept of it, but I'll just leave it at that.
Our next speaker is Don Gosney, followed by Ben Terrio. I think he's online, and Jamin Purcell.
Thank you. You know, if you're going to believe what we're reading on social media, which we all know is to be written by the finger of God, you're all financial geniuses. This is because your recent epiphany is telling you that more than $392 million unfunded liability is a huge problem. This is what comes when you 100% ignore what the councils, many being told time and time again. At least 3 of you, when you came to me for mentoring, when you ran for office, were given detailed advice about this by me. As a council, you brought it up I brought it up year after year after year. And even if you did not want to listen to what I had said, for those that had the strength of resolve to speak with the Bay Area's curmudgeon in residence, the Bay Area News Group's own Dan Borenstein, who offered each of you an opportunity to interview for an endorsement, we know that he asked about the unfunded liability because that's pretty much all he cares about. You would have had an opportunity to explain your understanding of this problem and offer up your solutions. So please don't feign any ignorance about this tonight as we discuss this. So what's the unfunded liability? Not just with CalPERS, but every other smaller pension plan the city has. Somewhere around being funded only not 79%. This is not much different than Vallejo and Stockton when their unfunded liability was the main reason for declaring bankruptcy. You all understand about bankruptcy, don't you? I'm betting that each of you has either flirted with or has friends and relatives who have gone down that rabbit hole. It's bad. With cities, though, all of those sweetheart city employee contracts become null and void. With my own union, the Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 342, we have a similar but opposite problem. We are 138% funded, and the IRS is hounding us, telling us that the already hefty pensions being paid out need to be increased. After only about 35 to 40 years. At age 55, our people often retire making $125,000 or more, and some of them also have 401 plans exceeding $2 million. We own our pension. The contractors don't contribute a dime. Every year when we allocate the hefty pay raises of $79,000 per year, we decide how much goes in. The raise goes onto the check, how much onto our pensions and the health care, training and such. So just try to listen to some other people.
Jamie Purcell.
So I know y'all have actually been looking at this for a very long time. I know Vice Mayor Zepeda, we've had a number of conversations about this. As well, your background has actually spoken to this as well. And as well, Councilmember Jimenez and Robinson, we all understand that the only way that we're going to be able to hire more staff is if we are making sure that we have the ability to make sure that the retirements are paid for because of how it works. So I would like to speak in favor of this because I do think in the long run, this is actually going to be a very strong proposal because it is going to free up funds that currently we are now just trying to bail ourselves out of the immense amount of CalPERS debt that we have. We could talk about other people who have chimed in on it over the years, but this does seem to be a way to be actually able to make a large impact on one of the biggest issues that the budget faces. Whenever we are talking about hiring, we're often talking about the expense of bringing people on because it's not just about making sure that we can cover their salaries, but it's also making sure that we cover their pensions. So I think that while I am apprehensive because it seems like, well, a bird in the hand versus two in the bush, I feel like this actually looks like it's going to pay off in dividends for years and years to come. And I frankly think it will pay off for the city staff and hopefully lighten the load on some of the city staff and be able to provide the services that we so desperately need within the city. So I'm in strong support.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the online speakers.
We have two speakers, Ben Terrio and Emma Ishii. You will each be given 2 minutes to speak. Ben, you may begin.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, Richmond Police Officers Association President. On its face, where the POA is supportive of paying down OPEB obligations, I think it's a good use of the city's money, and it's good use of ensuring the fiscal stability for the residents and the employees of the city. I do have to make just a record of, statement that the POA is paid into a special OPEB fund for some time now, specifically to address that. And I think it's something that maybe the other bargaining units might want to do as well. And then just with the MMBA and just maybe it's the way this thing was written on the agenda item, but I think it's something that should be a little bit more transparent. And then all the unions should be a part of it. And especially since you have so many different unions, they're in negotiations currently. In that way, make sure that the city upholds its end by bargaining in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emma Ishii. You may begin.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Martinez. I'll try to keep this short. I know it's been a long evening. My name is Emma Ishii, and I'm a local policy coordinator at APEN Action and also APEN, our sister organization. For the past 30 years, for folks who aren't familiar, APEN has been working with Asian immigrant and refugee Richmond residents on environmental justice campaigns locally and statewide. Most recently, the Polluters Pay campaign that led to the $550 million settlement between Chevron, Richmond's biggest polluter, and the city of Richmond. So in reviewing of item P1, APEN is actually really pleased to see that the council is looking into innovative ways to spend the additional $550 million coming into our city. And that the council is taking a responsible approach by planning to do an actual detailed analysis of the strategies that could help pay down the city's unfunded liabilities. Just reiterating that Richmond residents deserve to see all of the options available to them and weigh in on how these funds are spent. And so I hope that this research will give both city staff and residents the information that they need to make informed decisions about how the city can use these funds. In line with the intent resolution the city passed in September, APEN will be advocating for the city to continue making decisions on settlement funds in an open and democratic manner that empowers Richmond residents as much as possible. So we hope to see the city invest in tangible projects that will improve the quality of life for residents. A lot of, the projects that have been talked about today, and to invest in a plan for a future beyond Chevron with an economy that is regenerative and addresses community needs. So we're supportive of item P1 and hope that it can help the city in continuing to research the ways to use.
Thank you. Your time has expired, and that was our last public speaker.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start off. I'm really disturbed by the framing of this. In the Richmond side, it said Richmond to consider using Chevron settlement to pay off pension debt. And I hear people talking about Chevron funds. Well, what do we mean by Chevron funds? Chevron funds are from utility tax, it also comes from property tax, and it comes from the settlement. So these Chevron funds, all three of them, aren't special funds. They are part of the general funds, and that's how we need to be speaking about them. We need to be speaking about general funds, not special funds or not Chevron funds. They're all part of our general funds. And I don't think that we need, we shouldn't be looking at it as Chevron funds. I find that to be problematic. So I don't care where ideas come from, but I do care about the value of the ideas. This, in my opinion, is a good idea, and I think that it's something that we should look into. But I refuse to view it as Chevron funds. And especially settlement funds, because when you start looking at it that way, I mean, how much of the settlement funds would it be? Would it be 50 million? Would it be 30 million? Would it be 20 million? It doesn't matter. What matters is that it comes from the general funds. And I will say that over and over, general funds, general funds, general funds, not settlement funds or special funds. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Okay. Thank you, Kristen, for the presentation. I have one question, and I think we can move this along. Just one of the question is we right now, and you say we need more research because the information is from 2023, I believe, or the CalPERS, last CalPERS. And we are or CalPERS and funded liabilities around $390 something million. And this is based on some assumptions that they have, that they are projecting. So is this tend to change? If the assumptions change, can this be less money that we are owning to CalPERS? How that, I know that this is going to be a research, but I just wanted to make sure that we are also looking into that, because the actuarial report is saying this right now based on some assumptions, but maybe these assumptions can change, and the amount of money that we owed right now can decrease or increase, and then how that plays into us trying to pay this money and be saving, like saving what you are saying or not saving what you are saying. I don't know if I am clear about it, but it's just trying to think ahead about will be these the savings that we are proposing here too. And I know that this will be part of the research and the discussions that we will have after this passes.
Yes, and that's a very good question, and I imagine one of the things that you all would have to study. So I think the way the 392 million in unfunded liabilities that you currently have, those are past unfunded liabilities that you have already accrued. So those are benefits that had already been promised to current or previous employees. They are benefits you will have to pay, and you are currently on a payment plan to pay those off. There is always the chance that in the future, CalPERS, you could have additional new unfunded liabilities that occur in the future, but you would still be, if that happens, that would be on top of the current payments you're making towards your current unfunded liabilities that you have right now. So it is always possible that you could have some additional costs in the future, but what this would do is take the current unfunded liabilities that you've already accumulated, a lot of which are from the 2008 recession, which was a pretty significant, rare financial event. You would be paying those off, and that would be taken out of your budget for the long term. I think you would probably, I imagine the way you would do this is just focusing on the current unfunded liabilities you already have, paying those off, rather than trying to constantly adjust for any new unfunded liabilities that might exist. But like I said, I think it's worth studying and making sure that you have up-to-date numbers. It's also always possible that your unfunded liability, the cost of these unfunded liabilities could always go down too if CalPERS, does really well on the investment market or something like that. And the other thing that can change the calculations of these unfunded liabilities is policy changes from CalPERS. They did recently lower their discount rate. I don't know that that they're going to do that imminently again, but that always could happen in the future. But I really think the idea here would just be you already have the cost of these unfunded liabilities you've already accrued. Can we just fully pay those off so that you're in a better position into the future? And if there's other unfunded liabilities that come up, you'll probably have to figure out how to fund those when that does happen. So hopefully that answered the question.
Sort of. Thank you. And we will be looking at the CalPERS and OPED because I know, like, for instance, in Oakland, the OPED funded liabilities went really like a spike in some years. So before they were paying $12 million, which kind of like based on their budget wasn't that much, but now they are paying $40 million. So I just wanted to make sure we are doing this on both CalPERS and OPED. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. It really put things into perspective, but is this a good idea? Yes, it could alleviate our pension debt, but the Chevron funds seem to be misinterpreted to the community. Residents were under the impression, as the majority of us were, that this settlement was earmarked for immediate concerns and improvements in our community, not a financial cleanup. So that's what raised, initially when I heard about that we have reached a settlement and this tax was not going to go before the voters, it immediately raised a red flag as to the funds would be going into the general, or the settlement would be going into the general fund. I sort of knew something would shift there. But let's be clear, this Chevron tax settlement is not a reward for the city's budgeting strategy. It is the people's payday, and they should have a say in what goes on and where that money goes. This money is not just about balancing the books. It's about prioritizing people now, not in 10 years and not in 20 years. And as the council member mentioned earlier, today's dollars should be spent on today's youth. And I agree, because while we're talking about amortization schedules and massive interest savings, again, all great points, but our people are talking about rent that they can't afford right now, streets that they can't walk on safely right now, parks with limited or no lighting right now, youth with no place to go right now, parents with no access to mental health care and that are living in survival mode in many of our districts, and seniors making choices between food and medication. So when we use this settlement to quietly pay down debt behind closed doors, what are we telling the people? That we would make an executive decision on their behalf without considering their input and passing the needs without their input and pressing needs impacting our city? So before we go before CalPERS, I recommend that we go before the Richmond residents. And lastly, as a council member, I feel like I stand alone on this, but we should not pay off the city's pension debt without a robust community input. This decision should not be made by the council member solely, but considering what the community's needs are and what they choose to do. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Wilson.
So respectfully, I think that you might not understand one aspect of what the proposal is. So if it's okay, I'm going to sort of address your comment respectfully to try to tease that out, which is the idea is, and whether we call it the Chevron settlement money or we just call it this additional $550 million over the next 10 years that has been put into the general fund budget. The idea is if we use that money to pay down the CalPERS debt obligation over the next 10 years, what we would be doing simultaneously is taking the money we are now paying, because right now, every year, $33 million from our personnel budget goes to CalPERS to pay down the same debt. We're paying the debt over a 20-year schedule. Right. And so simultaneously, what we would be doing is we would be taking that $33 million and paying for programs and staff and public works and things like that for today's Richmond. And I know you're thinking, well, 33 is less than, the 33 we now would be loosening up is less than the 50 to 55 a year that we get from Chevron, but it goes for 20 years. So basically what we're doing, our Chevron payments run out in 10 years, but if we use it to pay down the CalPERS debt in 10 years, then we free up $33 million a year for the next 20 years. And so the savings turns out to be $117 million extra dollars in the budget. So I had the same concern when I first heard about this. I was like, oh, we're just paying down a debt and we can't use the money for anything more exciting, like with real, we want environmental changes. We want to fix the roof on buildings. But the idea is that if we use this additional I'm going to call it Chevron money with quotation marks. I heard your comment, and we can hash that out later. Maybe staff will help us settle that debate. But if we use this Chevron money to pay down the debt, we are simultaneously taking the money that we are right now using to pay that debt and freeing it out for other purposes over 20 years. So I don't.
Right. No, and I totally understand that. And the 33 million, so we'll be saving 117 million and roughly paying about 148 instead of the entire 260. I get that. However, that is still an executive decision that we're going to be making to use those funds to pay instead of going before the voters, because instead of going before the community. I recall in September when Gail McLaughlin and Sohail Labana were both mentioning, what are we going to do with these funds? Where will they be allocated? And so Hala was mentioning, Councilmember Bonner was mentioning, where is the community input? They were advocating for community input. So I'm not saying that this isn't a good idea, that we will save we'll save over $100 million. This is an amazing idea, hindsight. But when we were pitching it to the community, we were pitching it as if these funds will be allocated for improvements. These funds will be allocated. So if you're saying that yes, we'll be, just like option A that's on the presentation. Well, 33 million, and then we can add 17 from the fund. So there'll still be money available. It isn't presented that way in the staff report. It isn't presented that way in the presentation. It's presented that we should spend the settlement money on freeing up the pension debt. So that's where I'm saying that, yes, I understand if we want to say, hey, if we, put something over here and it's the same money. We're just moving it around. Yes, that's the way that we're saying it, but that's not the way that it's laid out.
Okay, so sorry.
Yeah, no. So it's just not the way that it's laid out. And so as a community member where this settlement was passed before I became an elected official, again, I feel like it was misrepresented, just like many of the other Measure U funds and things like that, where we were again promised as community members that our streets will be improved, our, youth services will happen finally, like those things. So that's why I'm saying that if we want to pay up the pension, that's fine, but the way that it's worded in the staff report again and in the presentation does not reflect what you're saying now.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, thank you. So I think for me, this really comes down to a question of, do we want to research an option that would make available to our general fund $550 million or $667 million? I would like to research an option that would make $667 million available to our general fund. I think that would be a really smart way to increase the funds. I think that what I'm seeing is a couple of different pathways. That's why we need to research it. That would allow us to still have, if we so choose, a considerable amount of money to invest in capital improvement projects, staffing. One of the issues that we have with what funds that are considered limited funds or one-time funds is that you're not supposed to use them for staffing. You're not supposed to. That's like not good financial practice. So any kind of thing that would help us improve our staffing levels so we have better services, we actually technically, according to the best practices, we could always break these rules, but according to the best practices, we shouldn't use limited time funds that only happen over a certain period of time for those things. And if you don't believe me, you can talk to the city manager about it or other people. That's like a policy. And so this also, again, if we research it, may make it so these funds that are coming in become more flexible. We can use them for more things, like youth services, like other things. Another thing I wanted to point out is that sometimes there are so many details in kind of the way cities run that we lose the thread. So, when I first became a council person just a couple of years ago, our pavement money was $3 million or something like that. And due to Measure U and other things that were put in place to increase revenue, we added to that pavement index $5 million. And what you see is that we also hired many staff in public works because we were told that not only do we need to add money, but we also need to add staff so that if we're going to repair the roads, we need somebody to do them. And we did that because we had Measure U money. Mm-hmm. And actually, when you look around and you see the other cities that are not doing so well right now, they're facing major budget deficits, and we have a little bit of a surplus going on. That's partially because of Measure U. When we see the additional money that went into the youth employment program, that's Measure U. So sometimes we don't do a very good job of communicating the outcomes of these things that are happening. And so people assume when you don't communicate well that they're not happening. And I would just ask everybody to, force us to do a better job of communicating, because these things are happening.
Yeah.
There are lots of streets getting paved now that weren't. We still have a ways to go. The goal was like 14 million just to have a better base level. And so we're still adding money to that. That's something that I'm looking for in this next budget. And I feel like this opportunity here allows us to stretch money over a much longer period of time. It gives us more money than what we got in the settlement, which was already a windfall. And what I want to know is this real? Is it true? Can we have somebody study it and bring the information back so that we can, in an open forum where many people are online watching us with no locked doors, we're not behind any closed doors here, that we can discuss it and we can make a good decision. And I'm hoping that the information is true and right, and we'll end up with a deal where we get $667 million instead of $550 million. I think that would be a great win for the city.
Okay. Mayor, may I lastly?
You have 8 seconds.
Okay, great. That's just enough. So when we're talking about being in support of researching this, during the campaign season, when we were talking about what would you do with the settlement fund, that was one of the recommendations that I suggested, was to pay off this liability. However, we should do a better job at including the community in the process. So respectfully, I'm not against or opposing the strategy. I am against basically exiling the community when we should be bringing them forward in the conversation as to what our plans and goals are for this money. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to say very quickly before I go on to Vice Mayor that this is for a study. We're not making a decision. We're asking for a study. The decision will come later, and the public will have a chance to have their input when it's time to decide. So,
okay, thank you.
So, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I know you're online somewhere, so hopefully you can hear me well there, but thank you for your time in doing this. The CalPERS liability is something that I've brought up many, many times in prior campaigns as well, but in this council as well, especially the OPEB. As one of the speakers mentioned, this is, I do this for a living as well. So for the OPEB, I have brought up suggestions to council before, and we had given some direction. So I'm looking over at Ms. Curl there to see if we can bring that idea that I brought up before and try to work with this as well, and whichever council members end up working, because there could be ways to lower the OPEB without using the money. And that was one of the strategies that I brought up. So I like this idea, but if we don't have to use money to save money, I think that's an even bigger win. So that would be one, to see if we can incorporate that there. And then for the, on the chart here, it does say 50 million, but I believe we're not getting the full 50 because it's the Kids First initiative will take some money from it. So I think it's closer to 40 something. So just kind of, and I know you're going to be doing the math, so I just want to put that out there that the numbers here are not necessarily what we're getting. It's going to be closer to 40 something. So it might be a little bit less savings or maybe a little bit more, depending how the money moves around. So I just want to throw that out there. And I want to also echo Councilmember Brown, as many people as could be included in the conversation. It sounds like this will come back to the study session, but I think it's important to get residents involved, potentially other unions involved. I'm not sure how we came about. I'm not sure what I guess local 21, are they doing it for free? I'm assuming it's for free. This?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It is? Okay, perfect. I wasn't
Yes,
sure
yeah.
because of, thank you. So we don't have to worry about any procurement or anything, have to go out to RFP to get anything there or anything. Perfect. And then whatever, and I apologize, I can't see you, but financial background. I know you mentioned something that you do some research for SEIU. Is there through a financial, thank you for bringing that up. Is there a financial license? I don't know what we need so that we can, whatever numbers come back, do we need to have another, someone with a financial license? You might have it already, so I might be speaking out of term, but just can we sort of take that to the bank, or do we need another audit to make sure that the numbers that are being suggested, that they're, I don't know what the word is, that they're audited from CalPERS or they're audited from our finance team, or I don't know if you can share a little bit more of that, the end numbers, what do we do with them?
Sure, and I think your staff also could probably provide some guidance on this, but I believe that I think you would need to go to your CalPERS actuary and make sure you're verifying any sort of payment plan with them. And I believe you can just do that at any time and contact CalPERS to ask, if we were to make these payments over the next 10 years, would that fully pay off the unfunded liability, and just verify it with them. I think you really, I'm not a pension actuary, but they are. So I think that would be some of the most important information for you to have. And I also think it would be very helpful to make sure that your staff is involved in this conversation, and all of your financial advisors as well.
Thank you. So you're, and I'm not sure what a researcher does, so I apologize for the question here. So is it, will you just be helping gather the data and then you're giving it to staff to do the numbers? Is that the direction that we're trying to give here? I'm trying to figure out your role versus staff time and their role as well.
Sure, and I think, my background is that I just do financial and policy research for Local 21 and have been doing that for about 8 years now. I think that, I think the idea of having us involved is to have just some additional folks who have some financial background to ask questions and, just like help you all think through this. But, I think your staff and CalPERS could provide a lot of the resources that you'd really need to do a full analysis of all of the different options.
Okay, perfect. No other questions at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I just want to address, this is something that I had been working, and thank you also, Councilmember Robinson and Wilson for being with me. And having this analysis with local IFPT, Local 21, I think like this is the kind of partnership that we want to see in the city council working with the unions, because I believe this is how we improve city's finances. If we are looking at what we had done, documentary transfer tax passed in 2018. The majority of the money that it was put into the campaign was from the unions, from SEIU 1021 and local IFPT Local 21. Because as a city, we cannot be campaigning. We can put something on the ballot, but the campaign about how we win the ballot measure needs to be funded. And I really appreciate the partnership that we have with these two unions who has been able to work in collaboration to bring more money into the city. Documentary transfer tax 2008, Measure U. And that has been brought a lot of money into the city. In a way that when I got here, we had 12% in reserve, and now we are going to have 21%. And then the collaboration not only with the unions, but the community, and we were able to make Chevron to pay more in taxes, $550 million. The work that we had been doing with the city attorney about the swaps that and city manager that was really responsible to save $84 million getting rid of the swap, and now a big lawsuit that we just filed. And it's no enclosed door. We are putting this here. We are making people to vote, and we are winning that part. So the fact that some people are not part of this is because I wish we all could be working on this, but the Brown Act doesn't allow us to have more than 3 people, 3 council members in an item. But I feel like, as Council Member Robinson was saying, what we are putting this here is this question of whether we want to have further resource on this. And I am stopping there because the time is up.
Thank you. So, let me start my time here. So, what I do want to say is that some benefits that we haven't discussed is that paying off these unfunded liabilities will most definitely give us a better credit rating, which will enable us to make better loans, bonds, make us more capable of using financial instruments to better the city. And it's a question of, however the money is used, it will be used for the betterment of the city and the population. So it's a question of what I call delayed gratification. Do we want to spend it all now and then end up with just the remnants of what we did later on? Or do we want to use it in such a way that the benefits continue, in fact, don't even really start? Well, it does start because we're slowly knocking down the unfunded liabilities, but it's a gift that keeps on giving. When we don't have unfunded liabilities, that's money we can spend. I still have difficulties with the idea of looking at this as settlement money. The way that Councilmember Wilson framed it, she said we spend 50 million of the settlement money that frees up money for other things. What's to say that we don't that we spend 50 monies of the general fund and then use 50 million of the settlement funds? It's crazy that we have to think of our general funds as 2 separate things, the settlement funds and the general funds, when it's actually one thing. And I won't be able to support this unless we take language out that refers to our general funds as 2 separate funds. So if there is an amendment made, I could only vote for it if it does not refer to settlement funds. And there's my time.
I move the item.
I second the item.
Without my friendly amendment?
I think yes, but it's semantics, and we know that, like, what we are trying to do here is more kind of like putting a name. You can name it whatever you want, but it's just like it's like $50 million that are coming to the general, or $550 million that are coming into the general fund in 10 years, something like that. Yeah.
It's more than semantics, because if we refer to it as special funds, then
I
It's
think-
not special funds.
I think what we're saying is, yes, we can call
Right,
it what
right, right,
you'd like to call
But
it.
she said that is semantics, and I'm arguing against the idea that it's just semantics.
Yeah.
It's more than
Okay.
semantics.
Well, yeah, so let's call it whatever it wants. It's $550 million that are coming to the general fund.
Before the vote is taken up, can I just ask one clarifying question regarding, is this a step that can include community members or some sort of person that has absolutely nothing to do with the council or city staff or this union? Is there an opportunity at this level, at this juncture in the process, to include someone from the community or?
I think what we are telling people, are directing staff is to have the appropriate experts to do the analysis, and then we will bring it to the council for input, and then this is a time where the community can have a lot to say. So it's more about doing the research that can answer these questions, and then we will bring it back. It's not like we are here not making any decision about whether we are going to spend the money or not. It's just have the experts who can answer these questions, and then they can bring it back in 45 days for a discussion in the public open forum. You can invite a lot of people to make public comments to that. So I just feel like this is an issue where we need the experts to answer this financial question, whether this is a good idea or not.
Okay, thank you. I just know that there's a lot of effort being put into this stage of things, so that's why I didn't want the communities to be left out. But since you mentioned that, thank you.
So for clarity's sake, I would like to have the item that we're voting on read out.
Mayor, may I? I haven't spoke on the item. It is not clear to me that based on the recommended action, that 45 days is sufficient time to do what the council is requesting.
So how many days do you think?
I think we need to, we can certainly come back with a status update, but at this juncture, I don't have enough information to provide a definitive timeline. I can certainly provide an update within the 45 days of how the analysis is coming along, what the status is, but I don't think it will be completed within 45 days.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's an update instead of,
So can you read the item out?
okay, this is to receive a presentation from IFPTE Local 21. And then the motion is to direct staff to work with IFPTE Local 21 researcher and the sponsors of this item to bring an update within 45 days to the council.
And you want to change the phrase?
And then,
How do you spell it?
ITEM. She just read that in the motion. Item ITEM.
Okay, but
so it's an update within 45 days of potentially early amortization unfunded liabilities for the city's two CalPERS retirement plans using Chevron settlement funds.
no,
Using,
no, not even using the
General
550 million.
using general
Using general
funds?
funds.
Okay. General funds. Potentially early amortization of the city's OPEB funding liability using general funds. And possible use of bond financing for early amortization. And this is the update the city manager will bring within 45 days back to the council. Are we good?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Right.
Okay. It was, there was a motion.
Sorry. So, I mean, Chevron, I doubt they're going to go anywhere in the next 10 years, but in the given case they hit and run, are we still going to commit whatever money?
What do you mean? Hit and run?
They leave and they just stop paying.
No, one of the things in the settlement is that they commit, even if they close, to pay the whole fund amount. Yeah.
Right.
They say that.
Even if they sell the property, the people they sell it to have to take on this responsibility.
Okay, I don't remember all that, but yes,
We
now I'm
negotiated
remembering.
that.
Yeah, I had to ask to them.
That's why I didn't know what you meant.
But yeah, I was saying if they say goodbye, Richmond, and
So that was a motion by Councilmember Jimenez, second by Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Brown, how are you voting?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And the motion passes with Councilmember Bonner absent. Our last items, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Okay.
I attended 2 commission meetings, one for the Human Resources, not Human Resources, oh my God, one for the Library Commission and one for the Human Rights and Human Relations Commission. And at the Library Commission, we got a presentation from Michelle Milan about the Library Foundation and its role in fundraising for the library, which is very educational. And the commissioners, the library commissioners, elected a new chair, and they are getting ready for the literacy fair that will be in May. And at the Human Rights Commission, they are still doing work to prepare for receiving a presentation on immigrant rights, and they had a number of really interesting and in-depth conversations about current human rights crises here and around the world.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Robinson and I attended the Green Empowerment Zone meeting last Friday. This is really interesting place to be looking at like green energy potential industry that can come to the port or any other place in Richmond. So it's very key that we will be attending this and looking at the UC Berkeley Labor Center report, and then can give us some more information about what we can do, what we need to do with our industrial land, with the port, to take some advantage of this green energy industry. Also, we were there for the Gary Mendes conversation about what is happening at the federal level. And it was scary, but at the same time, I really appreciate Representative Gary Mendes being more helpful and ask us to continue to be dreaming and planning on what we need to do, instead of just living in the fear, but like really looking at what is our plan, because 4 years from now, we can be in a different position and move things along if we have plans to do it. And then the final thing, I totally forgot, so I will stop there.
Go ahead.
All right, really quickly invite everyone to my 3rd annual District 2 strategy meeting. It's going to be this Saturday from 10 to 1 at the Shield Reeds Community Center. I'll bring that conversation to our budgeting session. Also, the individuals that come out, they'll be able to get the first 25 people that come out will be able to get a free little compost bin that we're getting from our Recycle More. I also attended our Shimada students' arrival this past week. And then on Thursday, it's their sayonara party. So if my colleagues want to join and say sayonara to our Shimada students that are going back home, it's going to be this Thursday. I also attended one of my first board meetings for MCE. As a reminder for individuals, if you're not already signed up for MCE, it's a great way to being able to get green energy and potentially being able to get cost savings above PG&E. So people should look into that, and if you haven't signed up, you should sign up. I also attended the Rosie the Riveter event. They are celebrating the 25th anniversary. This whole year, they're going to be celebrating the Rosies. So stay tuned for many, many more programs throughout the rest of the year. And I also attended Nowruz and our Richmond River Pride's Pride event this past Sunday. So that is it. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Robinson.
So continuing on, I also attended the GEZ, the Green Empowerment Zone, and just to give a little bit more detail, we were getting a presentation this time of the actual industries in clean energy that that the research team felt were the most had the biggest potential for economic development in Contra Costa County, and they presented them in three tiers of things that we could do currently, things that were kind of emerging, and things that we may be able to do more in the future, like offshore wind or green hydrogen or some of the other solutions. None of these things were sifted out in terms of, they're definitely going to go after any particular industry. What I find interesting about this is that they're really giving us detailed information about the needs of each one of these industries in terms of what is their power that they would need at a site. What size site would they need? How would we communicate these kinds of information between the municipalities and the people who are looking to locate their businesses or their corporations in those municipalities? So they're doing some really interesting, detailed research that can hopefully really connect us to business development that's really going to be a good future for Contra Costa County and for Richmond. I also attended, and Garamendi had a lot of really interesting kind of insights from his perspective on the federal level. He actually sat in on the meeting and kind of chimed in about things that he knew that were kind of coming and barriers to each one of these industries' development. And I also attended the Urban Forestry Advisory Council meeting, and they're just continuing to move forward on their projects, making sure that we hopefully get an updated tree list soon, that there is a tree policy that they have edited and they want to put forward. And now that we have a new park superintendent, we're going to get input from them. And I also attended the Economic Development Commission, and there was a lot of great information there. I'll try to maybe make some posts about some of that stuff because I think this is the kind of information that people don't always see, and it's important.
Anyone else? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I attended the Center for Policing Equity Information on improving the outcomes of CC public defenders clients, the Know Your Rights campaign kickoff. Of course, the Rosie Day was amazing, as well as the Nowruz celebration. Also attended the Bay Crossing tour date with leaders from various ports throughout California. Our port director was in attendance, port directors from Long Beach and so forth, exploring opportunities in program enrollment for young individuals who are wanting to get into the maritime trades and making the process a seamless process. So there were many community leaders there. Also, I want to take a moment to spotlight a couple Richmond residents, Raven Richardson and Brandon Harris, who did not hesitate to step up when our kids needed protection. Last week, after reports and video footage surfaced around the web, an adult male who attempted to assault a young girl near our schools with some sort of spray or mist. The next day, Raven and Brandon were walking and standing outside our schools and along with students, making sure no child had to walk in fear or feel unsafe. And that's the type of community care and accountability that we need more of. And lastly, I would like to say congratulations to the Richmond High Marching Band. They recently won first place in the San Francisco Chinese New Year. So go Oilers.
Anyone else? No? Well, then I will, I also attended the Rosie the Riveter, as well as the Nowruz celebration. On Friday, was it Friday? Jeez. Yes, on Friday, I went to the Public Safety Awards dinner given by the Kiwanis Club, and was happy to see that all of our public safety people are standing together and honoring each other as well they should. I also did a tour of the underside of the port to see what sorts of improvements needed to be had. So that was really, really informative. I got to have a better understanding of how our port has weathered 50 years of neglect. I went to, I was also at the Garamendi meeting that Doria and Claudia spoke of, and I went to the Civic Well conference in Yosemite, which was a 3-day event with a lot of presentations, a lot of fantastic information, and I was able to see our former mayor, Tom Butt, who was there, also who's become a sponsor for that organization. Anyway, that's it. So with that, boom, we're done, adjourned.